Councilmember Brand. Councilmember Brandow.
Here.
Councilmember Capriolio. Here. Councilmember Olivier. Councilmember Quintero. Councilmember Soria. Council President Baines.
Here. All right. Well, we all stand while we have our invocation by Pastor Dustin Maddox, the University Presbyterian Church, and remain standing because we will directly after salute the flag.
Almighty God, you have given us this good land as our heritage. Make us always remember your generosity and constantly do your will. Bless our land with honest industry, sound learning, and an honorable way of life. Save us from violence, discord, and confusion, from pride and arrogance, and from every evil way. Make us who come from many nations, with many different languages, a united people. Defend our liberties, and give those assembled here, whom we, the people, have entrusted with authority of government, the spirit of wisdom, that there might be justice and peace in the city of Fresno. When times are prosperous, let our hearts be thankful, and in troubled times, do not let our trust in you fail. God of heaven and earth, in your scriptures you have given us a vision of that holy city to which the nations of the world bring their glory. Look upon and visit our beloved city today. Renew the ties of mutual regard that form our civic life. Help us to eliminate poverty, prejudice, and oppression, that peace may prevail with righteousness and justice with order, that men and women from various cultures and religious perspectives and with differing talents may find one another the fulfillment of their humanity. Grant, O God, that your holy and life-giving spirit may so move every human heart that the barriers which divide us and our city may crumble, suspicions disappear, and hatred cease, and that with our divisions healed, we might live in justice and peace. We ask all of this in the name of Jesus the Christ, who is Lord of all, over all things, in all things, reconciling this world to himself. Amen.
Face the flag. Ready. Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. All right. Starting off on our ceremonial presentations this morning, our first presentation will be the presentation of the SPCA Pet of the Month by Councilmember Capriolio.
Oh, didn't he? Oh, I thought you had to look at you, just making sure. I haven't known to do that. That's how you do it. Yeah, you wait till later today. Hey, look at that. The mayor's going to take that dog. Mayor, are you taking that dog? Fantastic.
However, I do want my husband more than another dog. And I think he would move out if I brought this home. I have two. One has to go to doggy heaven before I can get another.
I don't know about that, Mayor. This one's pretty special. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome. No, let's do this together. Welcome to Fresno City Council meeting. And one of our traditions is to honor the SPCA and the good work they do. And we do that by bringing a pet into our meetings and talk about it a little bit. And I think the mayor is trying to resist the temptation. But you notice I let her hold the dog because this is a magic moment.
I would take this one home in a heartbeat, but Mr. Swearingen might kick me out of the house. So we do yes. Of our two dogs, though, one came from the SPCA, and Pudgy Swearingen came into our lives 2 years ago, last Christmas, and he is an incredible dog. So Our other dog is getting up there. We know she's going to doggy heaven pretty soon. And my kids are almost counting down the days because they want to go back to the SPCA and get another dog. So we'll have to wait. But this one's precious.
So we'll put this on reserve? Well, listen, my friend, can you tell us a little bit about the process to adopt a pet?
Sure.
So the mayor can come down and do the paperwork and get it all figured out?
Sure. Well, let's talk about Kiki first. She's 2 months old. She's a Pomeranian Chihuahua mix. And she arrived at the shelter, as many of the other dogs do, as strays. And her owners did not come to the shelter to pick her up, so she's now available for adoption. And, it's $180 currently to adopt. Almost every other weekend we have a special. But for the adoption fee, we do the spay-neuter, the microchip. If you're in Fresno City, we get the license, rabies, vaccines. It's a whole package that you get when adopting with the SPCA. It's not like Craigslist where they give you a dog where it doesn't have anything. So, definitely, if you're looking for a pet, the SPCA is the best place to go, so that way you can get all that good stuff worked up on the dog, and you have a great pet for the rest of its life. So, we have well over 600 animals on site at the shelter. So I recommend definitely coming down and taking a look at the facility and socializing with these pets. They look kind of sad and everything else, and it's kind of sad for us to see how many animals do come through the door and how many don't make it. So, help us out. Take a look at our website, ccspca.com, for more information.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Everybody needs to take a picture of this cute little animal and tweet her out so we can get her adopted.
Absolutely. I think Laura got a picture, and we can just do that. Well, thank you, pups, for being here. Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right. Our next proclamation will be the Women's Lung Health Month, presented by the Mayor's Office.
Good morning, Council President, members of the City Council. I'm going to ask Council Member Soria to join me down here as we draw attention to Women's Lung Health Week, and we also have representatives from the American Lung Association and UCSF. I'm going to ask Dr. Upadwe to come join me here at the front and invite her to educate us just a little bit. Come on up, Doctor, and Esmeralda's coming this way. So I was frankly shocked to learn that lung cancer is by far more of a killer for women than even breast cancer. And so our intent today is to help share information about lung issues for women, lung cancer, and I'm going to ask the doctor to give us a little more information.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody, all respected dignitaries and mayor. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm a pulmonologist, a lung doctor, and it's shocking to know that number one cancer which kills women is lung cancer, and how many people do know about it. It doesn't matter whether people smoke, whether women smoke, or they do not smoke. It is still a number one killer. And actually, I'm going to read a little bit about details so that you get a clear idea about what I'm about to say. Okay. First of all, I wish to thank City of Fresno for recognizing our second annual National Women's Lung Health Week. Every 5 minutes in the U.S., every woman is told that she dies of cancer or she has lung cancer. And every 8 minutes, women are told that they are dying of lung diseases. However, it's shocking to know that women are 62% more likely to have asthma and 37% more likely to have COPD than men. It is our biology. So irrespective of the risk factors, women are 1.5 times more at risk for developing cancer. Okay? And it's unfortunate that the lung diseases are not recognized early. They are underdiagnosed and undertreated because of lack of awareness. So it is our job to make aware. Okay? We need to do more research, more advocacy, and education to raise understanding about earlier diagnosis and treatment of lung diseases in women. And we have this opportunity to save lives. And the time is now. If we work now, maybe we'll be able to save lives in another 40 years ahead. So we invite you all, everybody, all the community, to join us in this our quest of empowering women to find lung cancer or lung health, save lives, and improve lung health of women. Please visit our website. It is at www.lungforce.org, and learn more about this. And you can see how you can contribute and make a difference. And don't forget to wear turquoise. This is a color, which this is a color of the week. You're wearing too. And this is in honor of National Women's Lung Health Week, because every woman deserves a fighting chance. And thank you so much for recognition. And I'm truly dedicated to identifying risk and recognizing this at the earliest. And every talk of lung cancer I gave, my 5 slides are dedicated to lung cancer in women. And I wish all of you can make yourself aware, your friends, your families, your neighbors, and get them to see doctors soon. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Doctor. And as she mentioned, the website is lungforce.org. Lungforce is the name of the national initiative to educate women on the risk factors and our propensity for lung diseases. So we in Fresno are joining with the national celebration to bring awareness of this issue. And I'm going to ask the clerk to read our proclamation into the record. We're declaring this week Women's Lung Health Week. So, Madam Clerk.
Whereas every 5 minutes, a woman in the United States is told she has lung cancer, and whereas lung cancer is the #1 cancer killer of women in the United States, surpassing breast cancer in 1987, and whereas the lung cancer death rate in women has more than doubled over the last 37 years, and whereas advocacy and increased awareness will result in more and better treatment for women with lung cancer and other lung diseases and will ultimately save lives. And whereas Lung Force is the national movement led by the American Lung Association with the mission of making lung cancer history, uniting women to stand together with a collective strength and determination to lead the fight against lung cancer and for lung health. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Ashley Swearingen, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim May 11th through 17th, 2015, to be Women's Lung Health Week in the city of Fresno, and encourage all residents of Fresno to learn more about the detection and treatment of lung cancer and all lung diseases. Thank you.
All right. Next up, we're going to have a proclamation of Lupus Awareness Month by Councilmember Soria.
Good morning. So this morning I want to recognize 12-year-old Sylvia, if you want to come up. And so this morning I'm honored to be here in front of you to give this resolution in recognition of Lupus Awareness Month. And so Sylvia, she's a 12-year-old that was diagnosed with lupus at the age of 10. So she's a very brave young lady. She has completed chemotherapy to put her lupus in remission. And she created a support group for other children with lupus on Instagram, so very active in trying to make sure that other kids are aware and that they have a space for support. She also started protecting our butterflies, where she collects sunblock to give to the children fighting lupus and that have sensitivity to the sun. So I would like her to say a few words.
Lupus affects 1.5 million Americans. 10,000 are children. I am one of them. I don't want to be known or remembered as the girl with lupus. I want to be known as the girl fighting lupus. And fighting for awareness. So one day we have a cure. Thank you to everyone who has helped and encouraged me. There is so much more to come. I'm not finished. To my fellow Lupi fighters, we are in this together. Someday we are going to have a cure. Thank you.
As you can see, she is a very brave young lady, and so thank you for being with us this morning. Thank you for making our community aware, and thank you for providing also support for other young children like yourself. So if we can have the city clerk read the proclamation declaring the month of May Lupus Awareness Month.
Whereas Lupus Awareness Month is observed during May of every year across the nation to increase public understanding of this unpredictable and chronic autoimmune disease that ravages different parts of the body, making daily life difficult for those afflicted. Whereas approximately 1.5 million Americans and 5 million people worldwide are living with lupus, over 90% of those diagnosed with the disease are women, and as many as 1 in 250 people may develop lupus, most often between the ages of 15 and 44. Whereas the lupus is not a contagious disease, and people of all races, ethnicities, and backgrounds can develop lupus, while first-degree relatives of people with lupus, such as parents, siblings, and children, have 6 times the risk of developing the disease. Whereas doctors find it difficult to diagnose lupus with no 2 cases are alike, the disease can impact any organ or tissue from the skin or joints to the heart or kidneys. Whereas the cause of lupus are unknown and more research is needed to better understand this disease and the factors that bring the disease in people. Whereas efforts to raise awareness about lupus calls for people locally, across California, and around the nation to unite in support of individuals, families, friends, and communities affected by this disease, financially, physically, socially, and emotionally, and to commit to finding a cure and improving the well-being of the quality of those afflicted. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Fresno does hereby proclaim May 2015 to be Lupus Awareness Month in the City of Fresno.
All right, next up we have an addition to our agenda where we're going to have a special recognition of special recognition of the Maddie interns by council members Capriolio and Soria.
So good morning again. I want to call up Claudia Salinas and Tyler Munoz. I'm excited to be here and recognize them this morning, my 2 interns. And then Victoria.
You can announce her.
What's her last name? Oh, Cuevas. Victoria, where are you, Victoria? Oh, back there. Don't hide. Come on up. So very excited to be here along with my council colleague. We were the 2 council persons that had Maddie interns this semester. And as many of you all know, this is my first 5 months. So my Maddie interns have been very, very instrumental in getting our office going and making sure that our constituents didn't miss the opportunity to get assistance while transitioning to our office. So I want to recognize both Tyler and Claudia for jumping on board from day one, helping and just being instrumental, as I mentioned, in ensuring that our office worked, set up systems and procedures that will help our office continue to be successful. I do want to just say a couple things. So Claudia Salinas, she is a Fresno native. She actually graduated from Central Unified Schools. She's graduating from Fresno State very shortly. She's going to get her bachelor's in criminology, so we are very proud of her that she has been able to not only work as an intern with us, but has another part-time job and very active with mock trial, and her criminology student organization. So she's a very active active student, so we appreciate all the time and hours that she put in. I believe she put in over 150 hours during the semester. So again, we are very grateful for all your assistance, and we wish you good luck in your endeavors. She will be studying for the LSAT. Her dream is to go to law school, so we're excited, and we're here to support you in whatever you need. So thank you so much for all your help during these last 4 months. So next I have Tyler Munoz. So we were very lucky actually this semester. We actually got 2 Maddie interns. I don't think that generally happens. So feel very fortunate to not only have their help, but also I will share that I am big on mentorship and really ensuring that we are preparing the future leaders of our community. So I hope that they learned a lot in terms of local government. And so very also proud to have had Tyler Munoz. He's a political science major here also at Fresno State. He's originally from Modesto, still Central Valley. He has been serving as a resident advisor at Fresno State, so also very, very busy, but has been able to balance and really provide a lot of assistance at community meetings. They helped us flyer out in the neighborhoods to ensure that folks knew that we were having our coffee meetings or other community meetings and spreading the word, so very, very instrumental. He will be graduating next year, and he plans to eventually teach and actually coach football. So thank you again for all your work. Very valuable that you guys were both in our office. And so good luck next semester. And we hope to see you graduate next year. Thank you.
I likewise was very, very fortunate to have a Maddie Institute intern. She's standing to my right here, Victoria Cuevas, and we are very, very fortunate to have her. She is graduating from Fresno State in about 2 weeks. Tomorrow? Oh my gosh. I'll be there. And so we've been very fortunate to have her as part of our team. And District 4 is a much better district because of Victoria and the things she's done for the district and the city of Fresno. We really appreciate that. We at Fresno State's in my district, so it's one of the jewels of my district. So about 3 weeks ago, they had a ceremony where they presented certificates to people who have committed a lot of time and volunteer to the Fresno area. And this young lady did over 300 hours of community service this year at Fresno State, and I'm really proud of that. Plus, she interned for us. Plus, she's got her degree in sociology, and I'm hoping she comes back and joins us as one of our teammates on a little bit more permanent basis. I'm not putting any pressure on you. In front of everyone. Where's your arm? Let me twist your arm. There we go. So we thank you so much. And this is a certificate of recognition, 2015 Maddie Institute Scholarship Intern. It says, on behalf of the city of Fresno, I extend my gratitude to you for your dedication to the constituents of District 4. All of us here at the city of Fresno are very fortunate to have had you as part of our team, and you will be greatly missed for a short period of time before you come back. And we thank you for your hard work and continued success, and it's been a real pleasure and a treat to have you part of our team. Thank you so much, Victoria.
Thank you.
We actually bring our own paparazzi. I just wanted to add one more thing. The people you saw here, not only are they very helpful to the city of Fresno, but I think you're looking at the future leaders of the city of Fresno. I'm really, really proud to be associated with them and the Maddie Institute. It's a great thing. And let's have a round of applause for those future leaders.
All right, Councilmember Soria has another proclamation. I'll let you announce that one.
This is my last one, I promise. So I want to call Fresno Barrios Unidos up. Socorro, staff, come on. You guys are all a team. Come on all up. So I'm excited to present this proclamation to recognize what is Teen Pregnancy Prevention Month, along with the mayor and my council colleagues. We present this resolution or proclamation to Fresno Barrios Unidos, who's an organization that actually I served on their board previously. If you don't know about Fresno Barrios Unidos, they are a local nonprofit that are dedicated to serving our community and providing access, education, and awareness about teen pregnancy prevention. They provide a variety of services. The entire team is a very hardworking team. They go above and beyond, and so they serve our community well. Not only the city of Fresno, but throughout the county. This organization works both with not only young women, but also young men to provide them support and guidance. Many of them are teen parents. As we know, our Central Valley has one of the highest teen birth rate of any region in California, and among the highest in the nation as a whole. So teen pregnancy prevention is very, very important in our community. We know that youth are more likely to become teen parents if they live in poverty or isolated communities, are the child of teenage parents, come from a single parent household, or have limited access to sexual health education and awareness. Organizations like Fresno Barrios Unidos, also in partnership with a number of other nonprofits, tackle these issues by working with youth and promoting effective abstinence and contraceptive educational programs, engaging our youth in programs that enhance not only their development, but also empower their youth to be advocates and to make their own healthy decisions. So I'm very proud to be able to recognize not only Fresno Barrios Unidos, but give them this proclamation to ensure that the month of May is recognized as Teen Pregnancy Prevention Month. Do you want to say a couple words? Sure.
I just want to thank Councilmember Soroya for supporting our initiative. As she stated, this is an issue in our community, and we need to effectively address it and be very aware of the fact that our youth need comprehensive sex education. We need to trust that with accurate information, they will be able to make good decisions for themselves. And also that, it is a community issue and that it needs to be community driven. We need our partners to help us out. We have a lot of incredible partners that we work with that address immigration, violence, health. And so Barrios has made it its mission to address teen pregnancy as maybe as an unpopular issue to support. We recognize that there's an importance, and we are dedicated to working with our youth to address it. Thank you.
So City Clerk, if you can read the proclamation declaring the month of May Teen Pregnancy Prevention Month.
Whereas the month of May is I'm looking the wrong one. Whereas the month of May, communities around the country recognize Teen Pregnancy Prevention Month to encourage service providers and families to work with youth to lower teen pregnancy birth rates. This work is done by promoting effective abstinence and contraceptives educational programs, engaging youth in programs that enhance their development, and empowering youth to make healthy decisions. Whereas work to prevent teen pregnancy in the United States is making a positive impact, as the national teen birth rate has dropped 19% since 2000, according to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, but it still remains the highest in the industrialized world. Whereas even with declining teen birth rates, there continues to be a disparity among various racial, ethnic, and socioeconomic groups in preparing youth to avoid teen pregnancy. The San Joaquin Valley has the highest teen birth rate in the region, in any region of California, at 69 birth rates per 1,000 females ages 15 to 19 years old. Whereas the national campaign to prevent teen and unplanned pregnancies estimates teen pregnancies and childbirth rates cost nearly $9.4 billion per year for increased health costs and foster care, increased incarceration rates among teens, and parents in lost tax revenue due to lower educational attainment and income among teen parents. Whereas young people are more likely to get pregnant or get someone pregnant if they live in poverty or isolated communities, are the child of teen-age parents, come from a single household, or live in a home with family conflicts and other risk factors. Whereas teen pregnancy prevention can only be successful through open communication with adults about contraceptive, supportive family and peers, and comprehensive medical, accurate sex education, inclusive of sex health, contraception, awareness, and the option of abstinence. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Fresno does hereby proclaim May 2015 to be Teen Pregnancy Prevention Month. Congratulations.
All right. Next up, we will be honoring the 2015 Edison High School boys basketball team as Division I Valley champions, and I'll be presenting this certificate. All right, let me have my basketball players come on down. Let me have the Edison High 2015 Division I Valley champions come on down. And it's worth it to say that you are back-to-back Valley champions, right? All right, let me have, Coach, why don't you come on down here and introduce our team to the city.
Thank you very much for having us. We'll start over here on this side. We have senior Solomon Smith, junior Braylon. What's your name again? I'm just kidding. This is Brandy. This is Michael Loera. This is Ruben Parks, Big Freddie. Big Freddie. Taryn Simpson, Malcolm Rames, Jamon Wilson, who was the MVP of the Valley Championship game and also an all-section defensive player, who will be signing his papers to go to California State East Bay next week with a full scholarship with academics and basketball. And over here we have David Alcala, Coach Chad Proctor, Coach Jerome Johnson, and Fresno legend, Coach Kenny Travis. All right. Thanks again. Appreciate it.
Well, listen, I tell you what, they all deserve a round of applause for sure. And so, listen, Coach. So we got to do a little Q&A right here for a minute because this is the back-to-back champions, Edison High School. I just have to say this high school is in my district, guys. So you guys should be very jealous of me right now, back-to-back champions. So, Coach, I just want to say that the next step, really, in my opinion, I think in everyone else's opinion, is we need to be going for the state championship next time. So after we win the Valley Championship this year to make 3 in a row, please tell us your plans to make sure that we win the state championship.
Okay, so state championship, yeah, that's not a very difficult task. We've been fortunate enough to be in the state playoffs the last 2 years, and these guys are actually doing a really good job, and that is in our goals. All the way down into our 7th and 8th grade classes, that is definitely in the conversation, so don't be surprised if that happens in the future.
I sure won't be. I tell you what, we get a state championship, we're going to have a city parade. I'm just telling all you guys right now. So how many seniors do we have out here? How many we got? 1, 2, 3, 4 seniors. Well, listen, guys, it's a great way to go out to leave your senior year with a championship. Is that the ring right there? Is that the championship ring that's last year? Can I see that for a minute? I promise I'll give it back. I just want to hold it and show these guys up here what a championship ring looks like. Listen, this is what a championship ring looks like. He's going to have 2 of them. I don't know. You have to decide with other finger to put the other ring on. But listen, guys, in all honesty, I just wanted to bring you all down here and congratulate you from the city of Fresno and all you do. You represent this city well. You put us on the map statewide. We are fully supportive of your program. Coach, I know the priority that you not only place in athletics but in academics as well. So I know all you young men are not only athletes but scholars. And I would always encourage you to know that you are representatives of this community. And a lot of folks are looking up to you. So thank you guys for all you do. Thank you, Coach, for all you do. And I think they deserve one more round of applause. And I almost forgot, I did actually have some paper for them. So here's their certificate if we have, you want to take the picture? Congratulations again, guys.
Next up is a Water Awareness Month proclamation. Councilmember Brand, if you'll join me at the podium. Good morning again, everyone. Councilmember Brand and I were talking this morning about how fortunate we were to have our windshields wet for a change. I think your committee brought that for us. That's fabulous. So, but as you know, we're continuously in a drought emergency situation. So, Nora, if you and the Central Valley Water Awareness Committee could come up here, all of you, and join us, we'd appreciate that. Let me start by telling you that this committee is composed of local urban and agricultural water communities, and they love to save water. And I think they have some drought-tolerant plants that we'll talk about in a minute. And I don't know what the other people are going to do, but I'm going to take them all. Anyway, I just want to remind everyone, not a day goes by that we don't have an article about drought and how serious this is. And 4 years of drought is really, really impacting our community. And we want to encourage everyone to conserve water. And you've heard Lee and I with our Water Conservation Act and with our talking around the community, we must conserve. And I know he's doing it, and I've done it. And I've done it with the help of Nora and her department. And we all need to do that. And she can advise you of the ways to conserve water. This morning, for instance, I put my usual 10 5-gallon buckets out under the eave of my house. So I'm going to catch as much water as I can. No, and but I do that every time rare time that we do get rain, and then use that in lieu of sprinklers. So, by the way, they'll come out and assess your property inside and out. Takes very few minutes. They're very cordial and very helpful, and they'll tell you how to make those improvements to conserve water. So it's really, it's an easy thing to do. All you have to do is ask, and Nora and her team will be there and save some water for us. So thank you guys very much. And Lee, a couple of things you want to say?
How can I follow that up? How about Paul Capriolio, the council MC? He's setting new records up here on ceremonial stuff. Though. He does it so well, like Johnny Carson. Yeah, I want to add to what Paul said, that when we started 6 months ago, really, we saw a need back then, and this drought unfortunately continues to go. It's one of the salient issues of not this entire city, but the entire state of California. And I've seen our people, our team, Tommy, go out there and tackle these problems. I'm always getting a call that, the city's got a parking strip with a thing overflowing, and we don't have 10,000 people to respond within 1 hour, but we do a pretty good job. And I have my house, by the way. Next week, they're coming up to my house to do the same thing. I'm considering xeriscaping my yard, finding ways, maybe leaks out there, ways to conserve water, planting drought-tolerant stuff. And as time goes by, there's answers out there we didn't know about yet. I'm confident that we're going to get through this as a city and as a state.
Thank you, Lee. If the clerk would be so kind as to address the proclamation for Water Awareness Month.
Whereas the month of May is Water Awareness Month in the Golden State of California, and the City of Fresno joins the Central Valley Water Awareness Committee, composed of local, urban, and agricultural water communities, to work to increase the understanding of water conservation. And whereas Water Awareness Month was established during one of California's worst droughts from 1987 to 1992, to promote practical information that helps to ensure that the Golden State maintains a plentiful supply of clean water to drink, grow food, power the state's economy, and sustain the environment. And it is important to develop an ethic of wise water use among general public, business, and industries. And whereas Water Awareness Month is more important than ever, as it impacts the ongoing drought are felt statewide in California, and access to reliable and adequate water supply sources is vital to the City of Fresno's thriving economy, residents, and quality of life, wildlife, and healthy environment. And whereas water is California's most precious and natural resource and essential for our farms, business, and communities, and therefore we must manage its use appropriately. And whereas Governor Edmund G. Brown Jr. declared a drought emergency in January 2014, acknowledging in extremely dry conditions, and issued an executive order to strengthen the state's ability to manage water effectively in drought conditions, and called on all Californians to redouble their efforts to conserve water. And whereas home water can be used significantly reduced by finding and repairing leaks, repairing inefficient showers, toilets, and washing machines, and adopting water conservation practices. And whereas every business, industry, school, and citizen can make a difference when it comes to wise use of water, and thus promote a healthy economy and community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Ashley Swearingen, and the Fresno City Council members encourage all citizens to join us in learning more about water awareness, and encourage all Californians to make conservation a daily habit, and join us in supporting local water organizations in their efforts to help Californians be more water aware. Be it further resolved that we, Mayor Ashley Swearingen, and the Fresno Council members do hereby proclaim the month of May and all year long to be Water Awareness Month in the City of Fresno.
Thank you very much. Nora, would you like to say a few words about this wonderful committee you have?
Central Valley Water Awareness Committee is made up of urban and agricultural water agencies. And today we have representatives from Flood Control District and from Kings River Conservation District, as well as our own Water Division, Water Conservation employees. So we strive to educate the public about water issues. And one of the things that we had recently was a WaterWise plant exchange. And what we want to do is prove to people that you can be water-wise and still have a beautiful yard. So we've brought examples today of some plants that were left over. So we're actually going to put Councilman Paul in charge of these, and he's going to distribute them for us, along with maybe. Yeah, he's had his eye on these. So again, thank you very much for your support and for helping us save water in Fresno. Actually, the whole community, the whole region. We're all in it together, right? Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you very much.
All right. That concludes our ceremonial presentations this morning. We are now moving on our agenda. We are to the approval of the minutes, City Council, from the April 30th, 2015 meeting. Madam Clerk?
Didn't receive any changes to the minutes.
All right. So do we have a motion to approve? So moved. Do we have a second? Yeah, second. It's been probably moved in second. All those in favor? All those opposed? Item passes 7-0. So now we are to council member reports and comments. Do you guys have any comments this morning? All right. Councilmember reports and comments. All right, Councilmember Quintero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize for looking at plans. First of all, I wanted to thank the folks that on Friday, May the 1st, we had an event for seniors at Mosqueda Center. It was called the Senior Spring Fling. May is Older Americans Month in the United States. And we had a citywide event. We had about 300 people attended, but wanted to particularly thank some of the folks that were part of the information tables that distributed a lot of good information to the seniors, and specifically from the city of Fresno. We had the Parks Department sharing a lot of their activities, the Police Department, Fire, Water Conservation that you just heard from, and recycling, and it was all very useful information for the seniors. And just wanted to thank the city departments that participated. It was really a great event, and wanted to also share that it was sponsored by the Parks Department, Fresno Madera Area Agency on Aging, our District 5 office, and PG&E. So it was just a wonderful event, and we're looking forward to making it bigger and better for next year. Secondly, Mr. President, I wanted to ask the city attorney, we had a discussion a while back regarding a developer or development that occurred in southeast Fresno, and they were kind of ignoring doing their due diligence as far as completing the work that they had agreed to, and this was in early 2000, and the company went bankrupt. Somebody else bought them out, and wanted to thank my colleagues for agreeing to move forward and asking the city attorney's office and Public Works to meet with this company and kind of hold their feet to the fire and putting up a traffic signal light. And I wanted to particularly thank Councilmember Capriolo publicly. He kind of led the charge on saying, yes, sue them. And that's what we did. So wanted to ask the city attorney in terms of what their offer was for settlement and what it's going to do for us in District 5.
Yes, the developer Pulte accepted the city's counteroffer of paying $2.5 million to the city, and that should be sufficient to have at least most of the improvements that were anticipated completed.
And it's a new part. It's an older, newer part of District 5 that's getting developed. There's a city park across the street from an existing neighborhood that a lot of the children run across the street, and there's no signal light. And I know it's going to be real helpful. And City Manager, can you expand on that a little bit in terms of what's going to occur now once we accept the settlement?
Well, Scott Mosier, our Public Works Director, and I have already spoken about the fact that we have a settlement pending. So Scott has been given direction, and his staff is already proceeding with doing design and engineering for the work. We will be coming back to council sometime in early July with an appropriation resolution as soon as the dollars actually are provided. So we're going to get beginning to work already, so that in anticipation of those dollars being approved by council, we believe that will be one of those 7-0 appropriation resos. And then we can go out to bid and begin work shortly thereafter. Scott also reminded me that the Parks Department has a frontage. So we have a piece of this project that he and I are going to have to work out funding for that as well. But we look forward to getting that project moving. It's a long time coming.
Okay. And that'll be July of 2015?
Yes, council member, July 2015.
Okay, don't you lie to me.
No, I July to you.
Okay, don't you lie. All right. So, but I wanted to thank my colleagues for moving forward and like I said, holding the developers' feet to the fire, and really the folks in the neighborhood are really going to be ecstatic when once that comes through. So thank you, colleagues, and thank you, City Attorney's Office. Good job with your team, and also City Manager's Office. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilmember Brand.
I want to thank Tommy Escueda and his crew. Was it Eric and Chad? I had one of my it's a plan unit development in my district has a history of water leaks, main water leaks, and they couldn't get anybody out for 2 days. And I called Tommy. Within an hour, he had a city crew out there. This was on private property, because they did it voluntarily, and they went out and put about 14 hours in and took care of the problem, saved thousands and thousands of gallons of water that was just going right down the drain. But more importantly, these guys, I give them kudos to their exemplary workmanship, their pride in what they do. And again, I want to thank the city crew out there and Tommy for taking care of that crisis. Thank you.
Councilmember Capriolio.
I just want to remind everyone and thank the mayor and the administration for budgeting the restoration of our parks in our community. It's been a long time, and it's finally here. And I want to thank our colleagues here on the dais for supporting. We haven't voted on it yet, but I'm sure we're going to support the administration's budgeting for parks and the development thereof. And a great thanks to the Parks Department, Manuel and his crew. They did a great job when we made this announcement last week, or this week rather. And I'm just really overjoyed that all of us will have better parks for our citizens. People can come out and enjoy them. They're going to be restored, green, new courts, restrooms repaired. It's about time, and we finally got there, and it's a really exciting moment for our entire city. So thank you, Bruce and Renee and the mayor, for bringing that forward.
Councilmember Soria, did you have any comments? You have any? You're up. Terry told me you had some. All right, moving along on our agenda, we're actually I have a couple of a comment. I just wanted to make sure that we acknowledge and thank the officers from the Fresno Police Department. This week we had officers actually run into a house and save a family from a burning house, and wanted to acknowledge them publicly. We have Officer Sean Coward, Sergeant Diana Troba, and Sergeant Jeremy DeMoss. I just wanted to make sure that this city knows and acknowledges those heroic efforts of those officers. So thank you to the Fresno Police Department. Thank you to those officers. We're now going to move to the approval of the agenda. Madam Clerk, do we have any changes to the agenda?
Yes, I do. Should have a copy of the changes in front of you, but file 15414, Proclamation for Water Awareness, of course, was presented by Paul Capriolio and Lee Brand. The closed session items, there's two. First one is 15325, and the second one is 15368. They're both being removed from the agenda by staff. And under the 10 o'clock item number 2, file 15380. This was going to be continued to May 21st under closed session by staff, but it's also going to be removed from the agenda. I believe it's been settled, so it won't be going to the 21st after all. Okay.
All right, thank you very much. Do I have a motion to approve the amended agenda? Do we have a second? It's been probably moved in second. All those in favor? All those opposed? Item passes 7-0. We'll now go out to the consent calendar. Do we have any council members that would like to remove anything from the consent calendar? Seeing none, we'll now take the consent calendar out to the public. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on any item on the consent calendar? If so, come forth. You have 3 minutes. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar? Do we have a second? All right. All those in favor? All opposed? Item passes 7-0. Moving along to our general administration items. The first one, we have 2A, which is a bill repealing Section 10-617 and adding Section 10-617, amending Section 10-603 and repealing Sections 10-620, 11-335, and 11-422 Fresno Municipal Code relating to standards for vacant buildings. Staff?
Good morning. Jennifer Clark, Director, Development and Resource Management. This morning you have before you the second reading of a bill that was introduced on April 30th to define and clarify vacant, blighted buildings within the city and how we would address those and remove the blight within our community. At that time, there were a significant discussion with the council, with the public, and there were several amendments and modifications made at that meeting from the council, one of which was to require registration of vacant properties and properties that would be vacant for longer than 30 days. At the time, there were property owners who were members of the task force that had some questions and concerns about that registration and asked for additional clarification. Staff met with property owners who were members of the task force, including Realtors Association, Apartment Association, the co-chairs, and several of the property owners from the task force. And it was agreed that, as amended 2 weeks ago, the ordinance that was presented should be passed by the council. However, the majority of the discussion revolved around the user-friendliness of the registration process to ensure that it would be easy for property owners to utilize the system, that it would not cause difficulty and delays in allowing them to receive building permits, and would be easy for them to take properties on and off the registry as they became vacant. Staff agreed that we would work with those property owners to create a pilot and to beta test the system with those property owners prior to releasing it to the public. It will take some time to prepare that registration process, and so it will not be immediately operational, but we will roll that out as it's effective, and we will keep you informed. Aside from that, the consensus was that the ordinance as amended by the council 2 weeks ago was a positive step in removing blight in our community. I would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
All right, thank you, staff. We'll now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public that would like to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll bring the item back to the dais. Have a couple of council members punched up. Councilmember Quintero.
Thank you, Mr. President. When this was presented to the council, I was one of the no votes for this. And my reason was that I had a couple of concerns in terms of what was being presented. I didn't see any piece to it that showed how we were going to enforce it. And my concern was that we were short-staffed of council, of code enforcement officers, which I felt were going to be critical to putting some teeth into this ordinance. And then shortly after that, we received the budget, which says we're getting some more code enforcement officers. So that was one of the big concerns that I had. And then there was a few others that were also addressed that alleviated my concerns. So I'm going to be real happy to support this, and looking forward to see it come through. Thank you.
Councilmember Olivier.
Council President Baines, wondering if we could, well, I'm most interested in discussing the 30-day registration. So I'm wondering if I mean, I don't know what the exact the procedure would be on this, but I would be interested in maybe even bifurcating it out of the entire ordinance so that we can discuss it separately, or would it be better just to discuss right now and take it as a whole? Because I think that let
me ask: are you wanting to bifurcate the vote or the discussion? You want to have the discussion about the 30-day?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that if we could split that out and then discuss that and vote on it separately from this, and then that way we can adopt this blight ordinance and then we can talk about the 30-day registration period as a separate item.
City Attorney, can we bifurcate the vote?
Yeah, the council would make a motion to bifurcate the discussion and vote on those two items.
That would be my motion.
So we need a motion, we need a second, and we need to vote on that particular course of action?
Yes, that's correct. It's a procedural motion.
So you got to make a
That's
motion.
my
You gotta get a
motion.
second.
So moved. It's to take out, I would like to remove the 30-day property registration from the item and then discuss it separately and have a separate vote on it.
All right, so let me just remind council what we're going to do. Councilmember Olivier has requested that we bifurcate a very specific portion of this, the 30-day registration portion of this ordinance, and vote on the balance of the ordinance separately than that particular issue. So we need to vote on that particular procedure. Council, a yes vote. I'm going to ask that this vote be taken electronically. Council, a yes vote supports the bifurcation of the ordinance, and a no vote does not. So we can now cast our votes. A yes is to bifurcate. A no is to keep the discussion intact. No. So the item passes with Councilmembers Bain, Quintero, and Soria voting no. So Councilmember Olivier, the floor is still yours. You want to have
We can just let's, if it, I mean, I don't know what the procedure is. Do we just take the blight ordinance now and then come back to the 30-day registration after we're done?
It could be taken in either order. That's up to council.
It's up to you, Council President.
Councilmember Brand. You had punched up Councilmember Brand? Yeah, you.
I was at a meeting last week that addressed some of the issues that were brought up by some of the changes from last week. And I said last week, and I'll repeat, that this blighted ordinance is sorely needed, way overdue for the city of Fresno. There's a huge expense to the city of Fresno for having really thousands of, or hundreds of, at least, of these vacant homes that destroy value in neighborhoods, cause unrest, and make the city look bad. So I think this is a huge effort in that direction. This committee included a lot of people in the industries, including Brad from Regency Property Management. Brad, would you like to say a few words on your perspective on this item?
Hey, good morning, you guys. Yeah, you know, I'm in agreement to the whole ordinance and the vacant building registry. Just a couple concerns I had would be making sure we did a pilot program, but she did state that before we put it in effect, there would be a pilot program. Also, another concern I had was to make sure that it was a city that would be able to access it and maybe just give the public some kind of a number every month. I just didn't want the public to be able to have a whole registry of all of our properties, even though you could still find it on maybe Fidelity, but it takes a little bit more time doing so. Instead of me listing 3,800 properties and having access to all of our properties was a concern to me. But I think in the several meetings we had was stated that that would be city. But that was pretty much my only concerns. I think that it's a great idea just because the city would be able to call us if there's an issue instead of just going straight to finding. I'm all about communication, so I'm all for it. I think we need to do something.
Okay. Thank you, Brad.
Thank you.
And I brought him up because the meeting had people from property management and the realtors who are affected because we have properties all the time, unfortunately, that are vacant. They're vacant houses. And the definition for apartments is if the apartment complex is more than 50% vacant. So if you got 4 units, you got 2 vacant, you're under the auspices of this act. And I shared some of the same concerns that Brad did, and I know that Gerard from the realtors. But what we came up with, that the registration is pretty simple. You can go online, you can register. I believe there's a privacy there. We're not going to start publishing lists of people on the register. And when the house is rented or sold, then it's removed from the. So it's a pretty simple, painless process. The main advantage to the city and really to the property owner is that it gives us the opportunity for, in the event squatters or homeless people come out and they camp out. There's always this issue: are they a tenant? And then if you do have a tenant, you've got a 30, 60, 90-day process, up to a couple $1,000s in legal cost. If you register your property, the police will come in on this list and they will treat these people as trespassers and remove them, saving a lot of money. And I've actually encountered this in some of the properties. So that's a huge advantage, I believe. And I believe for the realtors, too, that we have that capability. So because of these changes, I'm supporting the ordinance. And I'd like to add maybe one, I don't know if it's an amendment or a caveat, that the staff comes back, they start a trial program. And it'd be Brad and a few other people that were at the meeting who have thousands of units here, so everybody's affected by this. They would do a trial program and come back to the council, let's say 90 days or so, for 6 months, to demonstrate that it's worked. And if it's not working, we can make changes to tweak it and make it better. So I don't know, would that be an amendment, City Attorney?
You would need to amend the ordinance itself. You could just place that as a condition of enforcing the ordinance.
Okay, as a condition of approval that they come back. What's a reasonable time, Mayor? It's a trial program. They're going to come back.
I would say certainly no later than 6 months, but I would hope to be back even sooner than that. Okay. So you could just say no later than. And this, I assume, would be on the second part, now that we've bifurcated the issue. So now we're talking about the second part, which is adding the registration.
Right.
Okay. So we still have the other item to approve.
So I want to make sure, Councilmember Brand, that your amendment, because now we've bifurcated this vote, is specifically in relation to the registration portion?
Yeah, we're dealing with the other component right now, right?
The registration component.
Yeah, right. Okay. Is that correct? Okay, so that's just a condition to come back within 6 months. The purpose is to demonstrate that the program works, and I'm sure initially there'll be some hiccups on the deal, and it's just find out what those are. I think there's not rocket science here to do this, and I think if it's done right, industry people will be happy. There'll be an opportunity to not get engaged in very lengthy, expensive evictions. So, and again, the underlying purpose, of course, is to solve a major problem in the city. So that's my amendment.
All right.
My condition to the approval.
So I just want to make sure procedurally we do this right. City Attorney, Councilmember Brand has added an amendment to the bifurcation presented by Councilmember Olivier. Does Councilmember Olivier have to agree to that?
Well, actually, we finished the bifurcation portion of that issue. Now we're discussing the substantive issues of the registration portion or the balance of the ordinance. At this point, the next appropriate thing would be to make a motion to approve one of those two things along with conditions.
I'll make a motion to approve, and with the added condition I just mentioned on the 6-month trial.
So you're going to make a motion. So right now, because we're going to take these in 2 votes, you're going to make a motion to approve the registration with your amendment.
Is that correct, City Attorney?
That would be appropriate.
You're making things complicated, Clint. Yes.
Okay, I'll second that. So now we're going to be, in a moment, we're going to be voting on the registration portion of this ordinance with Councilmember Brand's amendment to come back within no later than 6 months. Councilmember Olivier.
Thank you, Council President. I'm sure colleagues and members of the public are wondering why I asked for that to be bifurcated and why I asked for that to be taken out and heard as a separate item. I don't think that it would be responsible for this body to vote on such a major piece of policy without knowing the actual nuances that are going to go into it. And we've heard from our planning director, who I trust implicitly, to come up with a way to create this registry, to come up with a way to make sure it works and that it's an effective tool that we can use in fighting blight. However, I believe that it would be more responsible for us to actually get a staff report and an outline and an explanation of how the program works before we cast our vote on it. Because until we do, this is the policy-making body of this city giving a blank check, passing something sight unseen, and then hoping in 6 months we get a report back that it works. I think that what we should do is, if we approve, I think that what we should do is perhaps amend the motion to ask city staff to create the program and then return, I don't think, a little bit more time to be sure that this is perfect, to be sure that we can make this work. I don't think a little bit more time would be a bad thing in this case. So what I'm asking council colleagues to do is to request or the maker of the motion that if this is something that we want to do, the 30-day registration, and apparently having been on the task force, it's something that the community members want to do. It's something that that private industry is amenable to. I think that the most responsible thing for us to do would be to go ahead and green light staff to come back with something, and that way we can review what is really an earth-shattering program, what will be a new and earth-shattering program in the city of Fresno, before we actually, and then we can actually vote to implement it in the streets and go forward that way. But I think that this would be the best way to proceed. So unless the maker of the motion is amenable to changing the motion to instructing staff to come back to this body with the actual program that we can read and touch and understand better, then I won't be able to support it. So I wanted to say that. Also, I see that Mr. Ashton has arrived. He didn't get a chance to speak when Mr. Hardy came up. Did you have a few words that you wanted to share, either about the registry or about the blight ordinance as a whole? You can approach the podium. And Mr. Ashton, his name's Brooke. He was on the task force with us.
Morning, Council President and members of the City Council. I want to commend the mayor and the City Council for taking this on. This is a huge task that a lot of the members of the community are excited about to see happen. And I think that nobody is excited about blight, and everybody wants people to be responsible and good landlords. What concerns me the most is the registration system that we're going to do. So, excuse me. So if you take it into consideration, if you go into code enforcement offices now, you will see 2 cubicles full of file boxes that have registration in them of properties that people have done in the past, that we've done this. The city has done this before, that we're not currently using now. We have 2 full cubicles of people that have registered, and this system doesn't work. If you take into consideration the national average of 10.7% of the nation is vacant currently today. So if you look at the buildings in Fresno and you say, okay, we're going to register the buildings that are vacant, or the houses that are vacant, or the offices that are vacant, the shopping centers that are vacant, the industrial buildings that are vacant, the homes that are for sale, and we have to register these properties within 30 days. you could potentially be looking at tens of thousands of buildings that the city is somehow going to monitor and try to figure out who's vacant, who's not vacant, regardless of the fee or no fee or what happens there. My question is, how are we going to monitor who's vacant and who's not vacant if it's a number is 10,000 buildings? So take this for example. The good players are going to register their properties. The bad players are not going to register them. So they don't register their property. You find out, and then we turn around and we say, you got a 30-day notice. You need to register your property. So the guy goes, okay, I'm registering my property. City leaves him alone. Well, I was going to register my property, but the tenant fell out, so you know what? Now it's back on this list where I don't have to register because I get another 30 days. I think the real amendment to this issue is I think everything we've done up to this point is fantastic, except for the registry. What we really want is, or what I would say is what the icing on the cake would be one simple thing. What we want is an emergency directory. So when there is blight in any one of your districts, your code enforcement goes and says, okay, at 345 Swift, this guy owns it. Here's his emergency contact. Here's his email. I can get through the LLC that owns this property or the name that it's under, and I can get to the emergency person right now. Well, that benefits code enforcement, that benefits fire, that benefits police, that benefits the city. That's the database I think that we should be after. I think it should be a private database that the city holds. But I got to tell you, you know, with the couple hundred doors that I have, whether they're commercial, residential, industrial, I mean, you're talking about a lot of work in putting together this data. And then you're looking at a lot of work on who's going to monitor it on your side to see if it's correct. I mean, look at a 10,000 numbered Excel spreadsheet and try to figure out who's vacant, who's not vacant. So then if we have the ability to place on there that it's vacant and we have the ability to place on there that it's occupied, how does the city plan on determining who's occupied? How do you find out? So if Councilmember Brandow wants to find out if a place is on this list or not on this list, or is occupied or not occupied, he's got to send the city out there to look in the windows to see if the place is occupied? What's the determining factor of what's occupied, what's not occupied on your side? Who determines that, and how do they determine that? I mean, that's a big question. Who's going to go out and look at this? I mean, thank goodness for Faith and Community for bringing these things to our recognition that we have blight. But outside of them, I mean, there was only a couple people in code enforcement. So I don't know how you're going to monitor it. I don't know how you look at it, but it's an all-encompassing net. It's commercial, industrial, residential. It's a big net that you're casting. And I would ask you to revise or look at the registration system more as an emergency contact system.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
So I'm finished with my comments. I wanted to thank the members of the task force again. Thank you for all your hard work, Mayor, for convening it, the administration for all your hard work, and staff. I will be supporting the blight ordinance today, but without actually seeing the policy and being able to read it, I can't vote on the 30-day registration sight unseen. If it comes back, we can see this policy. It's well crafted. It's something that is workable. We can enforce. Then it's something I'll be happy to support. But without actually seeing the program, I can't support it. Thank you, Council President.
Councilmember Soria.
Just for clarification, when we're talking about the ordinance and the registration, I know that the previous speaker mentioned the various types of buildings, but I'm under the understanding that it only includes residential. Is that correct? someone answer that question?
The ordinance itself addresses standards for maintaining properties, regardless of use type. What we are proposing and what was proposed specifically in the report from the task force was a registration for vacant residential properties to ensure that our neighborhoods are maintained and are safe. So the intent is to ensure that we are have a way to see if a property is vacant. Who do we contact for those exact types of issues that Mr. Ashton talked about? If there's an issue, we can contact the property owner and we can ask them to repair or maintain the property. So really, the property is about property standards for vacant properties, and that's how we'll know if there's a property that's vacant, if the yard is not maintained, if the roof is caving in, if the windows are broken. We have a way to say, gee, is this property registered? Is it vacant? Do we have somebody to call, or do we need to send out a citation?
Councilmember Brand.
To clarify, so this, Jennifer, again, just a clarification, does not include commercial properties or retail properties or industrial properties?
The task force recommendation is strictly for residential, vacant, blighted residential properties.
Apartments or houses?
Correct.
Okay. What Mr. Ashton said, it obviously would be monumental trying to track down commercial properties, retail properties, industrial properties, but I know the focus has been on neighborhoods, residential neighborhoods, and this is basically it's everything we do up here. There's nothing simple. It's weighing the interest of the community and the business interest, and that's why I was involved actively with it affects my business, the property management and realtors, that we find something that is reasonable, something that is not intrusive, but something that clearly addresses this huge problem in the community of blight. I think the trial of program would identify any significant issues, and there could be issues that come up. It's no matter if we came back a month from now or 2 months from now and retweaked this thing, it's always going to be not exactly perfect. We don't know. There's only really, at this point in time, this went on 6 months on this deal, that there's only one way to really find out. You got to put it in the field and run a trial. So maybe in the interest of just trying to make sure we don't go too far down the path, did I say 6 months in my deal as far as the timeline to come back?
Your motion is no longer than 6 months.
What's that?
No longer than 6 months.
Okay. Well, either way, there's got to be. That's the only way to conclusively answer the question. It's impossible not to do that. And I respect the opinions of other people, and my colleague on the deal, but that's what's been going on in this council for how many years? We've had this problem, never addressed it. So we can sit here and find one excuse after another and say, this can't be done, that can't be done. But I believe the process has been fair and equitable. We've engaged all the stakeholders, from the community groups to the business groups. And it's time the city does something, to address this huge problem. So, yeah, I'm objective. I'm willing to look at all the consequences. If it comes back, and whether it's 3 months or 6 months, and it says this is wrong or that's wrong, then I'll be the first person to say, let's make the change to make it right. But I think we've got to start somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brand. I'll make the final comments before we vote. Just wanted to clarify a couple things for the sake of the public. As policymakers, typically we give pretty large, broad, overarching themes to the administration and ask them to come back with further detailed programs pretty much on a weekly basis. So I don't want folks in the listening audience to think that we're doing something drastically different than we normally do. We're policymakers. We don't develop the programs. So I think we have engaged the administration. We've engaged the stakeholders and really, in some ways, an unprecedented way, to make sure that we could bring this policy to you all. And now the specifics, many specifics, there are many specifics that are contained in this policy that will have to be developed by the administration, not just the registration program. And all of that, at some point, will come back under review within a 6 month time period. So I just wanted to make sure that we did not mischaracterize what we do here as policymakers. We do this pretty regularly. City Attorney?
Yes, before the vote, I just wanted to make sure we understand exactly what's being voted upon.
I'm going to repeat the motion.
This is a motion to make registration mandatory, along with the procedure and penalties for failure to register, along with the conditions that Councilmember Brand placed on that. Is that correct?
Yes, we are taking the registration portion of the ordinance, and we have added Councilmember Brand's amendment. Thank you for clarifying. Yes, and we'll be coming back in 6 months. Lastly, I'm going to reserve my comments. I think that we should vote. So I'll take the vote electronically. A yes vote is supportive of Councilmember Brand's motion. A no regarding the registration portion of this ordinance, and a no vote is against that.
Council President?
I second it. Yes.
Now, I thought I was clear until you just said that. So, what is this vote for?
Councilmember Olivier bifurcated the vote, the ordinance.
Right, and now we're on
So Councilmember Brand made a motion to accept the registration with an amendment to that, and his amendment includes bringing this item back in no more than 6 months.
Okay, so right now it's on the registration.
So right.
We get to vote on the body of the scope.
We will do two votes.
Okay, perfect.
The first vote will be on the registration. The second vote will be on the balance of the ordinance. So a yes vote is for the registration portion, including Councilmember Brand, and a no vote is against that. Item passes 5-2 with Council members Brandow and Olivier voting no. Now I'll entertain a motion to vote on the balance of the ordinance.
Second.
All right, we now have a motion by Councilmember Olivier and Brandow. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Item passes 7-0. Thank you. Moving on to item 2B, we have a resolution for the 42nd Amendment to the Annual Appropriation Resolution to appropriate $2.223 million for new capital projects. Staff?
Thank you, and good morning, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. The item before you is one that we typically have come each year, wherein the Council has previously approved grant applications and authorized staff to then execute the grant documents, but we need to come back before Council then to request appropriation of the grant dollars. This item includes a total of 19 projects. 14 of those are grant projects previously approved by the Council. The last 5 consist of, one is a developer right-of-way acquisition item for Lennar Homes near Clinton and Polk, and the other 4 are some community facilities district minor capital projects to do some irrigation and planting improvements in CFD areas that have dollars. We have staff available should you have any questions, but we would recommend approval so that we can move forward with those projects previously approved by Council with the grants. Thank you.
We'll now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Quintero.
Scott, I don't recall, do we have any in District 5 for this appropriations?
Yes, we do. Within District 5, we have a group of grant projects. One is Orange Avenue, kind of in the Winchell area near, I believe, Alta and Low. And we just received allocation of those dollars. So this is the first time that would go into the budget. Also in District 5 is a Clovis Avenue AC overlay from the California Railroad crossing down to Jensen. That's in pretty poor shape. We have also the Butler Avenue bike lanes from Hazelwood out to Peach. So again, we just received authorization to proceed with that work, and then this would be the council approving the dollars.
Okay, so you mentioned Peach, and actually there's two parts. One of them is Orange Avenue between Church and California, and that particular street, one side is county, the other side is city. And so I guess what we'd eventually have to do to try and appropriate monies for that would be to meet with the county as well?
Yes, as far as repaving, our street maintenance division, they've been meeting with the county for actually for a couple of years, trying to see if the county can come up with their share of the project. And if we can get that lined up, that's an excellent candidate that we'd be looking at, seeing how we could get that funded and move it forward. Council recently approved an award of contract to do from California down to Church, which is a good repaving project. But the shared city-county section from there, Church further south, is a big need.
On the west side of the street, I believe that's the county portion, do you think we might be able to even bring in the two main property owners there? On the west side is PG&E and Shamley Enterprises. Do you think it might be fruitful to bring them into the conversation to see if they're willing to invest anything into the fixing that street, because they use quite a bit of heavy trucks in there?
We'd be glad to partner and pursue opportunities. Be glad to work with your office as well on the discussion.
Okay, can I give that direction, or we can talk about that at a little bit later date, or?
Absolutely. That's fine.
Okay. What about Peach Avenue between California and Church? I know we appropriated monies to do the design work, I believe, on the east side of the street there. And then I guess the next portion was going to be apply for monies to rebuild.
Correct. The plans are nearly complete.
Okay.
And that includes from the section where it necks down south of Hamilton, and that takes it all the way down to Jensen. That's Measure C, Tier 1 money.
Okay.
The needs that we have, one is right-of-way, and actually the mayor's proposed budget includes some money from the developer fee program to start buying right-of-way along Peach. For that segment. But council member, you are correct that construction is still unfunded. What we've tried to do is get this shovel ready so that we're ready for opportunities.
City Manager, when will we be getting the line item budget portion?
Line item budget? Yeah, it's supposed to be delivered today. Yeah, it'll be delivered today.
Today?
Today.
Okay. I hope it's like Christmas. There's a lot of nice things in there for District 5.
There's a lot of Christmas presents for everybody.
Okay. Okay, Scott. Well, yeah, because I mean, that's why I was asking what was in here appropriated, but peach isn't in there and orange isn't in there for this appropriation. Yeah.
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for the update. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilmember Soria.
Good morning, Scott. So I know that I emailed you, or my staff emailed you yesterday regarding the appropriations that are made and proposed in this item. And so just noting that District 1 has two small projects proposed, so I'm grateful for that. I did mention that there's a couple of other projects that kind of are on the list, and I hope that we can find a way to see how in the near future we get them some funding and hopefully some grants. I mentioned in the Fresno High area, the Van Ness Boulevard, which is a very key area to one of our oldest neighborhoods, and I think maintaining that and hopefully doing an overlay will continue to just maintain the stability of the neighborhood and quality of life. So that area, Van Ness and Weldon is actually pretty bad right in front of Fresno High area. So looking at that for future. And then also on Dakota to Shields between Fruit and Palm, another area that definitely, it should be looked at, and hopefully in the next round of funding. So, thank you.
Thank you. We'll be glad to look at those. I would anticipate Fresno COG starting their next cycle of, let's say, paving dollars and grant applications should be in early 2016. So that's a good opportunity to start thinking about those now.
Move to approve.
Second. All those in favor? All opposed? Item passes 7-0. We'll now take the 10 o'clock item number 1, the hearing to consider plan amendment application number A-14-007. Staff?
Staff is still coming down for this item. This item was heard before the City Council, the Planning Commission a few weeks ago. This is a hearing to consider plan amendment application number A-14-007 and a rezone application R-14-011 related environmental assessment for the property located on the southwest corner of East Mono Street and South Adler Avenue in Council District 5. This particular project is 2 parcels. There's one parcel that is currently on Kings Canyon that is zoned for office uses. This is an adjacent parcel. The parcel is currently vacant and is proposed to be used for expansion of a pediatric office and clinic. This particular application was supported and fully endorsed by the Planning Commission. And I would, the applicant is here in the audience, and I know that they would like to tell you a little bit about their project and what they're intending to do on the parcel.
Good morning. My name is Tushar Patel, and I'm a pediatrician, along with my business partner, Dr. Randawa. We have a pediatric practice on Kings Canyon and Adler, which basically serves the indigent population of that area. We are open 7 days a week so that we provide access because a lot of our patients don't have vehicles to go to community hospital or to children's. And in order to provide further access to them, we would like to have an X-ray office and a lab setup in this new proposed application, along with parking, because at this juncture, a lot of our patients are having to park on Adler or on Kings Canyon, and with just taking the pediatric age into account, it'd be much wiser and prudent in our perspective to have cars parked in the back of this building, and hence we have requested this proposal.
Thank you. Thank you. Was that the conclusion of the staff report?
Good morning, Council. President Baines, City Council members, Nathan Bouvet, Development Resource Management Department. In consideration of Plan Amendment Application A-14-7, Rezone Application R-14-11, and their related environmental finding. This is the last transitional project that was submitted for review and approval prior to the update of the city's general plan. To date, staff hasn't received any opposition, and both District 5 and the Planning Commission recommended approval of the amendment and rezone. At this point, staff has nothing further to add, but has prepared a presentation for the City Council if they choose. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. It's Councilmember Quintero's district.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dr. Patel, how many years has the offices been there? 2006. Okay, I didn't recall the year, but I remember the grand opening. Did a great job. But I want to thank you for meeting with me and going over the project for me. And it's I believe it's really going to help the the area a lot with the new development that you're putting in there, and then also it's going to alleviate, of course, parking on the street on Adler there for you. And it was great to hear that you're going to open up a lab close by in the area there. And I guess one of the nicest things I heard was that when I met with you, you said you wouldn't want to locate anywhere else, and you'd like being there. So we appreciate all the work you do, and also for serving the community that you do. And I also like the fact that as soon as there's graffiti on your building, it's taken off immediately. So you're a very good caretaker of your property, and I want to thank you for that as well. So with that, Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion to approve. Aye.
All those in favor? All opposed? Item passes 6-0 with Councilmember Soria absent. Next, we'll take the 1015 item, actions pertaining to the City of Fresno 2015 through 2019 program year consolidated plan. Staff?
Good morning again. Jennifer Clark, Development and Resource Management. This morning we are very pleased to present the draft the public draft for the consolidated plan. This is a 5-year implementation plan for the use of all of our federal programs. Our consultant is here today from LaSar Development. And before I introduce the consultant, I would like to take the opportunity to thank not only our staff, but also our Housing and Community Development Commission, who spent time to attend our workshops that we held in the community forums, and have really spent a lot of time trying to understand the needs in our community and to make a really very deep evaluation and understand how we should be utilizing our program funds over the next 5 years to impact poverty, affordable housing, quality neighborhoods, and economic development in our community. In particular, I would like to recognize Crystal Smith, who has spent a significant amount of time working with the community and working with the consultant to ensure that our document meets all of the strict criteria set forth by the Federal Register. So with that, I would like to introduce Victoria Joes of LaSar Development Consulting.
Good morning. Good morning, Council President and City Council members, and thank you, Director. As the Director, great, thank you. As the Director said, we will be presenting the City of Fresno Draft 2015-2019 Consolidated Plan. The Consolidated Plan is required every 5 years from HUD. HUD annually allocates grants to local jurisdictions like the City of Fresno for housing and community development activities. As a requirement to receive these entitlement grants, Title I of the National Affordable Housing Act mandates that jurisdictions prepare the 5-year consolidated plan to identify local community development needs and set forth a strategy to address these needs. The consolidated plan must address both affordable housing and non-housing related community development needs. The primary objective is development of viable communities through decent housing, suitable living environment, and expanded economic opportunities. The beneficiaries are low to moderate income residents earning 0 to 80% of the area median income, as well as those presumed to be LMI, including abused children, battered spouses, elderly persons, disabled adults, homeless persons, as well as persons living with AIDS and migrant farm workers. The consolidated plan covers the entitlement grants from HUD, which are the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG. This grant provides communities with resources to address a wide range of housing and community development needs that benefit the very low and low-income persons through decent housing, suitable living environment, and expanded economic opportunity. This is also the most flexible pot of grant allocation. The second entitlement grant is the Home Investment Partnership, otherwise known as HOME, which is designated exclusively to create affordable housing opportunities for low-income households. HOPWA, The Housing Opportunities for Persons with HIV and AIDS provides housing assistance and related supportive services for folks living with HIV and AIDS as well as their families. ESG, the Emergency Solutions Grant, assists individuals and families to quickly regain stability in permanent housing after experiencing a housing crisis or homelessness. As you can see from this slide, over the past 5 years, the amount of federal entitlement funding has decreased over the 6-year period. Your current annual allocation includes approximately $6.3 million in CDBG, $1.6 in home, $383,000 for HOPWA, and just over $550,000 for ESG. And that decrease over the past 5 years is consistent across jurisdictions across the nation, not just the city of Fresno. The consolidated plan is part of a larger grants management and planning process that can be divided into 6 phases. The consolidated plan incorporates the first 4 phases. The 5th phase, administering the programs, encompasses all the actions that the City of Fresno undertakes throughout a given program year, and the final phase includes evaluating performance and is documented in the annual report that is submitted to HUD, the Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, otherwise known as your CAPER. The results of each phase serve as the basis for what occurs in the next phase. For example, the needs described in the first phase will influence priority setting in the second phase. Citizen participation and consultation are incorporated throughout each phase. Now we will discuss the qualitative and quantitative data collection and analysis done for the consolidated plan specific for the City of Fresno. The majority of the data utilized in this report is provided by HUD. It's pre-populated by HUD into the document for the purpose of preparing the consolidated plan. Other data sources that we used include CHAS data, that is the Comprehensive Affordable Housing Strategy, the 2000 and 2010 U.S. Census data, as well as the American Community Survey from 2019 to 2013 5-year estimates. While ACS does provide 1-year estimates, we utilize the 5-year estimates because they reflect a larger sample size and they're considered more reliable and precise. So, for example, some of the data that was collected for the City of Fresno specifically include that nearly 44% of households are low to moderate income, with incomes ranging from 0 to 80% of AMI. And to give you an example of, or to give you an indication of what area median income is, that would be 80% of area median income for a family of 4 in the City of Fresno is $45,500 for the household. Another statistic includes that 47% of households are cost burden. The definition by HUD of cost burden is that more than 30% of the household income is spent on housing and utilities. Further, 24% pay more than 50% of their income towards these housing costs. That is defined by HUD as a severe cost burden. In addition to the quantitative data, qualitative data was gathered and analyzed as well. 4 community forums were held in North, Central, Southeast, and Southwest Fresno, with participation from 111 individuals, including residents, service providers, community advocates, and stakeholders. A regional needs survey was conducted to solicit input from residents and workers in the region. This survey was open for a 30-day period. A total of 417 survey responses were obtained. The survey asked respondents to rate the level of need in 5 distinct categories to include public facilities, infrastructure and neighborhood improvements, public services, economic development and housing, and the survey also asked about overall needs. 20 stakeholder interviews were also conducted with city departments to include Park and Rec, public utilities, behavioral health, and the police department, as well as with local providers like the Boys and Girls Club, Area Agency on the Aging, affordable housing developers, fair housing agencies, and legal service providers. The aggregated top results from qualitative data from both the forums as well as the survey include, in no specific order, code enforcement, housing for the homeless, park and recreation, youth centers, street improvements, employment services, and support for small business expansion. The 5-year consolidated plan creates the strategic plan, which outlines the 5-year goals and funding allocation estimates. The qualitative feedback collected through the forums, as well as the quantitative data received through HUD and through other data gathering and analysis, serve as the basis for the strategic plan goals. The strategic plan goals are listed before you in no certain order. That is to say that all these goals are listed as a high priority, and they include increased development, preservation, and rehabilitation of affordable housing for low-income and special needs households. Provide assistance for the homeless and those at risk of becoming homeless through Housing First collaborations. Provide assistance to low-income and special needs households, and to provide public facility improvements to strengthen neighborhood revitalization. So moving forward, the consolidated plan had a 30-day public comment period, which was open from April 13th to May 13th. May 13th, this presentation was heard before HCDC, and today before City Council as a noticed public hearing. The annual action plan was released on May 5th and has a 30-day public comment period, which reaches till June 4th. May 27th, it will be brought before HCDC, and June 4th before the City Council as the consolidated plan, as the 5-year consolidated plan and the annual action plan to City Council for submission to the Department of HUD on June 5th, 2015. That concludes my presentation, and I am available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. I would also like to add that last night the Housing and Community Development Commission did consider this item. They heard this presentation. They had a public hearing. They have continued their public hearing for an additional 2 weeks so that they can continue to have input and public input. And so they do not have a recommendation for council. So at this time, we would also like to ask that the council continue this public hearing after we accept public comment today, continue it to June 4th, so it can be, we can continue to have public comment on June 4th, have the recommendation of HCDC, and hear it in coordination with the annual action plan, which will lay out the first year steps of what we will do or what we propose to do with the federal funding. This also allows us an opportunity to provide you with response to comments that were received after your packet went out last Friday. So we had 2 additional comments that were received in writing after Friday, and we had 7 comments last night, and so we would like to be able to have an opportunity to provide you with that response to comments prior to your final deliberation and vote. So we would respectfully request that you hold public hearing today and then continue that public hearing to June 4th. Thank you.
We'll now take the item out to the public. Come down and state your name and...
Sure. Hi, good morning. Ashley Warner with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. We submitted comments on the draft consolidated plan, and I don't have them stapled, but I'd like to give you a copy. So could you please pass those? Thank you. So we participated in the consolidated planning process, and we're submitting these comments here. We ask that you ensure that in these next coming weeks these comments are addressed and they're incorporated into the final plan, that there's not merely a response given, but actually they have a meaningful response that's reflected in the body of the plan. We're here to talk about it. Please contact me to talk further about them. As you heard in this presentation, the consolidated planning process is really a great opportunity and an important responsibility for this city. The goal of it is to develop viable urban communities. We know that that's an initiative the mayor just had, and several of you had participated in a press conference about yesterday. And it's about providing decent housing and a suitable living environment and expanding economic opportunities, especially for our low and moderate income persons. And this is specifically under the Code of Federal Regulations. We're really concerned that the draft plan as it's written now and the public process that was associated with it does not meet the bare thresholds of the Code of Federal Regulations, and that's set forth really clearly in our comment letters, so I encourage you to look at those really closely. I will highlight a couple main points right now. I won't be able to get through all of it. The consolidated planning process is specifically a process that's supposed to be inclusive of the city's residents, and especially the low-income residents, the people of color, the large families, tenants of public housing that most need access to these critical federal resources. There was a lot of gaps in that process. Translation was not provided for into any Asian languages. As the draft plan states, our Asian residents are those that are actually most severely impacted by our shortfall of affordable housing. The plan doesn't provide any accountability for past performance. So it simply states in repeated occasions that the goals from the last cycle were not met, but it does not explain why, and it states that the city is going to continue to use the funds in the same way. So that's not acceptable. In addition, we see in the current budget that approximately $1 million or even more from the current planning cycle are going to be proposed to be rolled over into the next cycle for entitlement funds. There's no description or explanation of that in the plan, and so we need to know why these dollars aren't being used, especially when we know that every dollar is really critical for our communities. So this is really important. In addition, the Code of Regulations is really clear that there needs to be explicit statement of how funds are going to be used. The way that the current draft plan prioritizes funding is so broad that they could be used virtually in any manner that's permitted under the law. So it really doesn't meet the goals for this process, which was supposed to identify the specific priorities of residents for how these funds were going to be used and set that forth clearly in the plan. And there are clear priorities that residents identified. So there's a number of other things that our letter addresses. I'm available to talk. I'm available to answer questions. Please be in touch. We'd really like to make sure this is a strong plan that serves the purpose it's intended to. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll now continue receiving comment from the public on this item. All right, seeing none, I'm going to bring the item back to the dais. However, I'm going to encourage council to accept staff's recommendation and allow this item to stay open, the public hearing to stay open, and for us to continue to receive public comment until June 4th, at which time we will come back with HCDC's recommendation in the full breadth of public comment. So we have a couple of council members that would like to speak. Councilmember Capriolio.
Thank you. Will we get the annual action plan in advance, Jennifer, or how far in advance of June 4th?
Draft annual action plan was published on May 4th, on the same day as the mayor's budget, and we can get you a copy of that as soon as you would like it, so we can have those copies sent down to your office.
The second question is, did we have to approve this on June 5th then? Is that a hard deadline?
So,
or by June 5th?
HUD has 45 days to review the plan and the action plan, and they're really an integrated document. We split it up this year really to have more time to evaluate our priorities and more time to present specific projects that met those priorities. But the longer we wait in terms of accepting and approving the document, the longer it will be before we'll get a reaction from HUD to determine whether or not that particular submission meets their expectations. So we would encourage the council to adopt on June 4th, but it is not a requirement that you do so.
When would be the earliest we could have approved this document?
June 4th is the earliest that we can approve the consolidated plan along with the action plan based on our public comment timeframes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Soria.
Jennifer, I also have a question. So just to clarify, the absolute last day where we can get this in, what would it be in terms of ensuring that we don't miss out on the opportunity to get funds?
So if we delay the submission, we would need to get approval from HUD to delay that submission. Until it is approved by HUD, we cannot spend any funds. So I would encourage, while we can delay it for an extended period of time, I can't give you a specific hard deadline. We would prefer that the council take this next month to really consider, review, and look at it, and to ask us questions and to make a deliberation and to make a decision on June 4th. But if we go past that, we would just need to get an extension from HUD for for the submission of the document. And again, it would delay our ability to use funding until it is approved.
Thank you. Going back to some of the comments made by Ashley, I am definitely concerned with some of the comments made in terms of the process that we had to put in place this consolidation plan. I will be reading through the letter to ensure that, if there's any way that we can address some of the concerns that were brought up by the issue. When I make some comments in terms of having public input, for me, ensuring that everyone has an equal opportunity for public input, I do strongly believe that we need to ensure that folks that are non-English speakers get the same information so that they're educated about what are the resources that can potentially benefit their neighborhood. And so I think that's very key. And I'm worrisome that we may not have done the best job possible. So I will, maybe if you can address what were some of the things if you guys did do in this process to ensure that non-English speakers did have access to this information and how you guys did the outreach component to them.
All outreach materials, surveys, and notices were published in both English and Spanish. And then in accordance with City of Fresno policies, there was in writing on all the notices and outreach materials a request that anyone requiring special accommodations to include other language, translating services, including American Sign Language, would be made within, I believe it was 5 days to the office in order to make those accommodations available.
So, Ashley, is there a particular, I guess I want to understand some of the concerns that you raised in terms of the access to...
Sure. I mean, in terms of translation, I will say initially there was no Spanish translation, and several community partners did ask for it, and so there was a copy made of the presentation in Spanish, so we're glad that that was responded to. But, I went to several of the workshops, and there were residents from Latino residents, Caucasian residents, some of our African American residents, but we know we have a really, really diverse city, and it's our residents of color that are disproportionately impacted by housing problems, and so it's not just those three groups. I didn't see anybody from our Southeast Asian refugee or immigrant population, and those are in this plan identified as those most impacted. The survey was not translated into any Asian languages, and we did request that, and the community forums weren't either. So it's just a concern to us that this process of all processes is really supposed to be inclusive and not just a bare minimum, and so that population wasn't reached, and it's not demonstrated in the plan as being reached is concerning.
Thank you. The other, just one last point that I want to make. I know that in the letter, just by skimming the letter, you guys raised the issue of evaluating past performance, and I know that I've previously asked, I think it was the last meeting, more information in terms of our housing programs and the funds available and how we've expended for this fiscal year. I know that I did get some information, and for me being so new, I did see that we still haven't spent the amount of money allocated. So I would like to see from staff in terms of this fiscal year, what is our plan to ensure that we meet our goals and performance for this fiscal year as we try to move forward to really pass a consolidated plan that's going to kind of set the tone for the next 5 years to ensure that we are meeting those goals and that we are successful. So I don't know if it's feasible for our next council meeting to get that, or maybe in our June council meeting. But I would like to see if there's a plan in place so that we can ensure that we get those funds expended and that our community truly benefits. I believe for those particular funds that I'm talking about, it's about $2 million. So I want to make sure that our neighborhoods and our residents, I know in my district, in District 3, in District 5, District 7, District 4, there's needs and have some of those targeted areas. So if we can get some additional information and just a plan in place as to how we're going to ensure that we don't jeopardize our ability to get funds in the future, I would really appreciate that. Is that something that we can do?
I can already tell you, I can assure you that when you see the plan, it will have specific strategies, programs, timelines, and objectively measured deliverables.
For this fiscal year?
Yes.
Okay, and so can we have that for next week?
I don't think we'll have it by next week, but when we present the final plan, we will show you how we are going to spend everything from CDBG to home funds to ESG, the whole list. We will have a specific plan to present to you.
What's the timeline in terms of the deadline for us to spend those money?
By the 4th?
By
June 4th?
June 4th.
Mm-hmm.
But is that
Hold
separate
on.
from?
Let me just clarify your question. Councilmember Sawyer was asking when's the timeline to expend the dollars, right?
For the fiscal year of this year that we end in June
It'll be
30th.
part of that June 4th presentation. It'll be for this year, as well as as you point out, there are carryover dollars. So my commitment is that we will show you how we're going to spend those dollars, as well as all the dollars that are available to us,
And
this year and next
we're
year.
allowed to carry over such
Yes.
large amount?
Yes.
Okay, so, and I don't believe I have a copy in terms of what was the original plan. If you guys can give me a copy of the original plan, I would like to see maybe, where we didn't meet those goal performance, and if that's going to be part of the June 4th plan. I look forward to then seeing the breakdown of how you guys are going to ensure that we expend those monies. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Soria. And I'll just make a couple comments. I want to thank Ashley for your comments. I concur with many of them, and I join Councilmember Soria in some of those comments too about the tragedy that we haven't, the unspent funds that still exist. So I'm going to be paying very close attention to what comes back on June 4th as well. We want to make sure that these dollars are getting down to our underserved residents in our community. So with that, I'm going to continue this hearing unless there's any council objection until June 4th to allow more public comment. And we will bring this item back in a full fashion on June 4th and see if we can take a vote. Thank you, staff. We'll move on to item 2C, as in Charles, actions pertaining to the Fresno Clovis Regional Wastewater Reclamation Facility. Staff?
Morning, council members, council president. I'm Kevin Norgard from the Department of Public Utilities Wastewater Management Division. The first thing I have to do is read into the record. The environmental finding has been previously assessed and was adopted by council on June 5th, 2014. Wastewater is asking approval of 2 action items for the Headworks building and coating repair and stop plate installation project at the wastewater treatment plant. It's located in District 1. The first action is to adopt an AAR, approving an additional $375,000 in funding for the project, and the second is to approve a contract change order in the amount not to exceed $500,000 for project work. The purpose of this project, first of all, it's a $6.3 million project, is to repair 52,000 square feet of failed concrete coating and bifurcate the building by installing 2 new gates. This change order request is for 4 items. The first one is the addition of 3 72-inch sewer plugs to provide additional safety factor for city staff when they're inside the building cleaning it. And second is to remove 100 cubic feet of unforeseen grit from the building floor once we got inside it. Third is the exposing and repair of rebar in 14 different spaces. And you have pictures of the rebar that was an issue, that was unforeseen. And then the last is to remove and replace additional 5,200 square feet of coating that wasn't in the project area that was inadequately repaired 10 years prior. Due to the accessibility of this building, staff anticipated this change order would be coming. The extent and quantity of repair and rebar failures and grit buildup was not quantifiable prior to the project award because of the accessibility. It's about 15,000 square feet of area below, and there's only 10 hatches to look through to get a good and it's always full of water, so you can't get in there. With that, I would ask your approval of these action items, and I'll be available for questions.
Thank you, staff. We'll now take the item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. I believe this is District 1. Councilmember Story. I'll make a motion to approve. All those in favor? All those opposed? Item passes 6-0 with Councilmember Brandau absent. We'll now hear item 2. And Olivier, 5-0 with Councilmembers Brandau and Olivier absent. We'll now take item 2D, resolution enacting changes to the Reserve Management Act. Staff.
Good morning, council members. Mike Lima, City Controller, Finance Director. Before you today is a resolution which will make several changes to the Reserve Management Act, or RMA. The RMA was adopted by Council on March 31st, 2011. The Act called for the creation of several reserve funds, specified the levels at which those reserves would be funded, and dictated the way that those funds could be used. Most importantly, the RMA provided sound, effective policy for establishing and building reserves that could be utilized during the next downturn. When the RMA was adopted, there weren't monies available to fund the reserves dictated under the Act, something that was acknowledged in the original RMA. Now that the city's finances have improved to the point where we're able to fund some of the RMA's reserves, it's become apparent that a refresh of the Act is needed. Some of the need for the refresh comes from the fact that we've made organizational changes that affect parts of the RMA. For example, there's an entire article in the RMA devoted to the establishment of a Development and Resource Management Reserve Fund. The Development and Resource Management Department was moved into the General Fund in July 2012, thereby rendering this article moot. In addition to our own changes from other governmental bodies and regulatory agencies have created issues with the RMA. For example, the RMA says that the city will implement Government Accounting Standard Board Statement number 54, or GASB 54. The provisions of GASB 54 were already incorporated into the city's financial statements, beginning with the fiscal year 2011 CAFR. They are now a standard part of our financial statements, and as such, it is no longer necessary to mention them in the RMA. Earlier this year, the administration worked with Councilmember Brand to address issues like those I just mentioned. Those discussions produced several key changes to the RMA that are proposed under this resolution. The biggest change would allow staff to use reserve funds for short-term CAFR borrowing purposes. Typically, there are several grant funds that have negative cash balances due to reimbursements which have not been received by the end of the fiscal year. Those funds need to be brought to a zero cash balance for CAFR purposes. The original RMA did not explicitly permit the use of reserve funds for this exercise. The resolution before you today will explicitly permit the use of funds for that purpose, but only under very specific conditions, namely that the loans apply to grant funds needing fiscal year-end cash balancing, that the loans are repaid within 90 days, and that the loans receive a 5-vote supermajority approval by this council before they can be made. Other changes being proposed include the deletion of restoration of services as a criteria for building the reserves, replacing the term fund balance with cash reserve throughout the RMA, establishing minimum cash thresholds in every fund, adding new facility reserve funds, and adding a new technology-related reserve fund. I want to acknowledge City Manager Rudd and Councilmember Brand for leading the effort to proactively update this important act. Throughout all levels of the American Legal Code, there are many examples where laws remain on the books, but were not updated to reflect other changes, thereby making those older laws obsolete. By debating and voting on this item today, we are ensuring that the RMA does not suffer this fate. Staff recommends approval of this item. Thank you for your consideration. I'm available to answer any questions you may have on this.
Thank you, staff. We'll now go out to the public. I have a card up here for this. We have D. Barnes. Come down, please.
Good morning, Council. D. Barnes, Fresno City Employees Association, 2607 Fresno Street, Suite D. I would like to ask Council that they take one of the changes out of the staff recommendation. I also want to state that I was extremely disappointed in the appearance of lack of transparency, because normally when you guys are asked to approve something that has changes, you get a copy of the red line version. That was not posted or available for the public, and I don't believe you got copies. If you would like to see what I'm talking about, I did give you the page out of the original approved Reserve Management Act. And the problem we have is they are wanting to remove this provision. Proper funding has been restored to city core services as measured by such factors as fire department response times and emergency 911 response times, crime statistics, adequate funding of public works and city parks, and our overall general delivery of core services. No single item shall determine restoration, but rather a culmination of many factors. And they're justifying the removal of this by saying it's too vague. I do not believe that. I don't believe you'll find any employees in the city or citizens that believe services have been restored. Just one example, our communications center at the police department, we have 10 less dispatchers today than we did in 2008 when they had already stopped filling some of the vacancies. We also no longer have the call diversion unit, which took some of those calls, non-emergency calls, away from dispatch. That division in the police department is so overworked and understaffed, they cannot take time off. There's a lot of angst in there. The records department, it is so bad that by the end of the year, they may have to close the public service counter in records department, because out of the 20 employees we have left in there, 16 are old enough to retire. 7 qualify for Medicare, which means they're in their late 60s and 70s. Both supervisors plan to retire before the end of the year. We have an employee that her daughter is going to have her first grandchild this year, and she's going to be told she cannot take time off. That is how bad it is. Records department used to be a 24/7 operation. It is no longer a 24/7 operation. And the budgeted amount, that's salary and benefits for these positions, an admin clerk, the total complete with fringe and salary, a budgeted amount of $50,186 per year.
Thank you.
A senior admin clerk, $53,900. If you have any questions afterwards, but you can fill a lot of positions before you put money in savings.
We have any other members of the public that would like to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Brand.
Thank you, Council President. I did meet with Mr. Lima and our city manager on these changes. And like anything, this was written, I believe, in 2011, and a lot of things have changed since then. And when I wrote the original deal on the restoration, it was done, and it's almost, how do you measure some of that stuff? It's very subjective. But really, if you take a laundry list of stuff that's needed in the city of Fresno, you can start with millions of dollars in streets improvements, facility improvements, convention center. We have an unending list of stuff that needs to be done. So what we've done in this council over the last 4 or 5 years to make sure we've survived the darkest times, kept the city out of bankruptcy, was careful, very fiscal decisions that were painful at times, but brought the city through its darkest hour. And as we go forward, there's going to be a balance between, you'll see at the budget time, restoring police officers, another fire company, and these other items, and some infrastructure. But we also must have a reserve. And this is primarily because of 2 reasons. One is our credit rating has been consistently knocked down by not having an adequate reserve. And that will affect the city's ability to borrow and borrow. It could save millions of dollars in terms of low-rate interest rates, commercial paper, and so on. And the reserve also is a item I think that we'll look at, other cities will look at as potential businesses located in Fresno on the financial viability of this city. So I approve of these changes. I've looked at them very carefully, and I believe the way it's written right now is in the best interest of the city. I'll make a motion to approve the item.
All right. Do we have a second? Okay, we'll hold off for now. I have a couple of questions, Councilmember Brand, and really in following up to D. Barnes. Can you kind of explain the elimination of the restoration of services piece? As I look at what we're trying to measure during that time, a lot of these issues a lot of those core services actually can be measured. And so I'm wondering why are we eliminating that?
Let me take a shot at it, and then I'll, of course, allow Councilmember Brand to weigh in. The challenges this organization has always faced is that the ability to fund core service and the definition of core service and funding adequate response times or adequate staffing levels is what was always the priority at the expense of the financial viability of this organization. Case in point, we have hired in the past police officers on grants without any consideration as to what the future impact would be when that grant expired. But we hired the officers because at one time we were the car theft capital of the world. We've gone out and built parks without any consideration of what the long-term implications were going to be in the event that the economy took a downturn. If what we do is simply keep trying to fund the priorities and fully funding all of the levels of services that we need, whether it's fire response time, police, park maintenance, facility repairs, we will never fund a reserve. And by never funding a reserve, we are putting ourselves in the same position that got us on the brink of bankruptcy 3 or 4 years ago. We have recently taken action under a previous act in which the enterprise departments are required to maintain 6 months of operating reserves before they can go issue bonds. We have, including in Ms. Barnes' collective bargaining agreement and with all the other bargaining units, a mandate to fund a 4-month reserve in our health and welfare trust. A 4-month reserve for the general fund would probably be close to 60 to 70, maybe $80 million. This year's budget, we may get to close to 10 with a goal of getting to 20 to 25 million in the next 3 years. So while I understand the concern that we are eliminating the language that we are eliminating is not consistent with the policies that we've adopted over the last 2 years in order to get us out of the financial dilemma that we are facing, and a commitment and an acknowledgement that by this council and by the mayor that in order to mitigate this from occurring in the future, we have to have adequate reserves. We cannot go back to the days of taking every penny and every dollar and putting it into ongoing operating costs without, again, jeopardizing the future viability of the organization, and more importantly, the security, our ability to provide services to the community, and the pain that we had to go through with layoffs, labor concessions, and everything else. So this is an insurance policy. So this is, again, we believe consistent with what we've been have presented over the last couple of years.
Thanks, Bruce, for that explanation, and it kind of furthers. You're right. We've been having this discussion over the last few years as we've been discussing budgets, and everyone on this council, for the most part, is well aware of my position when it comes to that. We're really charged with doing two things, and I'm not exactly sure that an argument can be made that one is more of a priority than another. We are charged with providing certain services and making sure that there's some adequate funding for them. This language doesn't call for fully funding the services. It calls for proper and adequate funding. I think that we've done a very poor job over the years of describing the difference between adequate, fully, and proper. So as we're throwing these terms back and forth, you use fully, I'm using adequate. What's the difference? Well, we need to know what the difference is. And I've been asking for that difference for many, many years to say what are the levels that our departments need to be funded at? What is the level of investment we need to have in public works? How many police officers should we have? How many support service staff members should we have? What should we be funding parks at? We never define that number. And so in this policy, we use the word proper, we use the word adequate, which in some respects have yet to be defined. And I'm not suggesting that we fully fund everything before we establish reserves, but there should be some type of attempt to measure and establish some baselines of funding for our departments. We don't do that, and we haven't done that. And now, looking at this, we're about to remove language that even calls attention to the fact that we should even be looking at it. So I can't be supportive of that, and that's just, I've been very, very vocal about that issue, that there needs to be a balance in this discussion, and this to me is a step. Removing that language is a step in the wrong direction, where we're not even having the conversation anymore. Instead of taking the language out, we ought to be trying to establish what levels are that we can all live with and are comfortable with, and we're not doing that. So I don't know what can be done. That's a big deal to me.
Well, Councilman, I would submit to you that we do that every year when we adopt a budget. And in this case, and in prior year's budget, we have adopted things knowing that there were long-term implications of that decision on that given day.
We do, City Manager, but I'm going to tell you what we don't do is we don't establish a level of service that we are not going to go below. We don't establish levels of service that we agree are, and I'm going to use air quotes, that are quote unquote adequate, as opposed to fully funded, as opposed to unacceptable. We don't have that, and for a city this size, we don't have the ability to determine that. So every year we're kind of making it up as we go. We all agree on a budget. We all adopt a budget every year, but at least with this policy, Councilmember Brand back a few years ago was trying to say, hey, we should have some base levels that we all agree on. We've yet to do that. And now, not only have we not done that, we're going to take out language that even encourages the discussion. So I think that instead of taking the language out, we should be trying to establish some level of baseline service that we agree with before we just say that we're not going to even have any standards for service for our community here. Because essentially by taking the language out, that's what we're saying, that we don't even have a standard of what we're going to fund our fire department, our police department, our emergency. We're not going to have any standard for what emergency 911 response time should be, what crime statistics should be. We're basically taking out what we establish as a standard. And I think that that's important. I think the community should be able to rely on the fact that we as policymakers in the city do have a standard that we're not going to go below on their behalf, while at the same time being funding our reserves. And
I guess the concern with this language is that it said before we started to fund any kind of reserve that this had to happen first.
Well, and listen, so the truth of the matter is we've never established what those words mean. Had we established what the words mean, then I could probably be supportive of this, but I don't even know what adequate means to us. Every year, adequate is something different. Every year, proper is something different. You use the term fully funded. I don't know what fully funded is.
I guess what we have discussed in the past, and I thought we had a concurrence on, is that the restoration of service would be based on an incremental and balanced approach in which it wouldn't be one thing against the other. In other words, we would put money into the reserve with a long-term goal of building the reserve. No different for services. We would incrementally increase services as time goes on, but it was a balanced approach, not one over other. The way this language was written in the context of the Reserve Act is that it gave the restoration of service, it placed a higher priority on the restoration of service over the incremental and building of reserves. That's all my point is.
Right, and I don't see it that way. I saw it as a way, in my mind, it was attempting to strike that balance. The problem is we've never defined any of the terms. And I've been asking for that for years, and you're well aware of that. We've never defined what baseline services are. So now when we get here, we don't know what is unacceptable for our various departments. Had we defined what the baselines were, then we know what incremental funding looks like in each department. In each one of these things, each one of these areas that we identify as a core service, but we haven't done that. So while I'm totally in agreement with incrementally funding back along, taking a balanced approach to this act right here, to me, tilts it much more to just the building of a reserve with really no responsibility on our part to be held accountable for these departments. So with that, I'm going to rest my comments because I think my point has been made clear. Councilmember Soria.
I will keep mine short. I do want to just echo some of the same concerns that the President Baines just mentioned. It's interesting that now when we're in a year that the city's seeing a better budget, or a good budget, that we're trying to talk about eliminating such provision. I do believe that a reserve is very important. For many of us, we try to have also a savings account, and so I understand the importance, because there are emergencies or situations where we do get when we don't have a great year financially. But I don't believe that things are mutually exclusive. I think that as a policy body, we need to look at maintaining both and trying to figure out where we strike that balance. And so for me, I think that's very important. I think that we need to keep it. I won't be supporting it if we eliminate it. I do believe that we need to strive to do both. We need to strive to figure out what is appropriate, what is proper, what is adequate for our city as we're moving in a positive direction with our budget. But we also have to be mindful that we do have to put a little bit of waste. So I think it's striking that balance, and I think that is very important in this case today. So if we're going to eliminate that, I won't be supporting it.
Councilmember Brand.
Okay, if you look at the last 5 years, 5 years ago, I believe we had no reserve at all. And I believe this year we're projected to go to $15 million. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, we've added about roughly $50 million to the general fund in the last 5 years. Okay, of that, the overwhelming majority of it went to restoration of services, not to the reserve fund. In the past, every nickel that was on the table had to be spent. If this policy had been in effect in the year 2000, when we came in 2009, instead of having $40 million in the hole because we had deficit financing, we had uncalled obligations on the Met Museum in Granite Park, instead of being $40 million in the hole, we would have been $60 million to the positive. That would have made a huge difference in the next 4 years in how we had to make dramatic reductions in police and fire and all these other services by not having an adequate reserve. And not only is there a general fund reserve, in this act there was a technology reserve, there was an infrastructure reserve, surplus pension funds. We, in the years 93 to 2000, we had $300 million in surplus earnings because we had about a 5% rate and about a 17% return on our investments. Not $1 went to reserve. And then we're in the situation we are today. So if we want to spend all our dollars, I understand the restoration of service, I understand there needs a baseline. As the city manager mentioned, it's an incremental approval. We have to do both. If we do nothing, if we continue this same policy, spend every dollar, 6 or 7 years from now, 10 years from now, we'll be in a recession again, and we'll have nothing. That's a huge difference. We have a responsibility to the taxpayers to ensure that we're good fiscal stewards. And I recognize all the arguments about restoring services, and I think what we're doing this year, is, particularly in public safety, is a major statement. But you have to have fiscal sanity and fiscal balance. And it's so easy. It's so easy to find a million ways to spend the money, and there's 1,000 projects out there that all deserve it. I think we're doing a pretty good job incrementally improving the services and maintaining the financial viability of the city. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Brand. I don't have any other council members wanting to speak on this issue. I would just finally submit that you rose a very good point, and I'm glad you brought it out, that over the last 4 years that we've had this policy, we went from a zero reserve to almost $15 million. Did you just, at the end of next year? So it's amazing how with this language in there, initially, with this policy as it was, we went from 0 to 15 million, and now we want to make a change to it, and I'm not exactly sure why, because clearly we're on the right trajectory, and I have no idea why if we went from 0 to 15 million in a very short time, on our way to 20, 25 million, City Manager, why we would now come back and tamper with something that clearly is working. So,
again, when we were reviewing this all started with the discussion that the way that was originally written, as the controller pointed out, we're putting money into a reserve, but there are some departments, Public Works, for example, who rely on federal grants. At the end of the year, if Uncle Sam hasn't written us a check, we had already written checks. We have to cover that expense. In previous years, it was Department of Transportation was a big liability. It was like $10 million that we had to cover. The way the Reserve Act was written, we couldn't use the reserve to cover those costs. CDBG is another one. So what we've done is we've corrected it so that for our cash flow purposes, we can use these dollars.
Yeah, and I don't have any issue with any of those.
So when we are reviewing this, in the context is that it's written, it can be construed as saying, and I appreciate the fact that that's not what we've been doing, but it could be construed as saying that before we put any money into reserves, that we would have to restore services. And that would be based on everything from response times to crime statistics. Well, if crime goes up, like it did back in the 2000s, and we go out and hire 90 police officers with a grant, that was the argument why no money was put in the reserve, because that grant eventually expired. Same thing with firefighters. So the reason it was taken out is that in the context of the Reserve Act, it didn't make any sense, because when we adopt budgets every year, we have, for the last 2 or 3 years, said that we are going to put money into reserves. We are going to incrementally restore services. We are going to approach our financial situation in a balanced, methodical manner. So in the Reserve Act, it's not consistent with what council has done, which is why we are proposing to eliminate.
Well, I think we have been restoring not only services and the reserve at the same time. So
that's my point. So this, in the Reserve Act, given it priority over everything else, did not seem
So
to be
my response would have been, instead of eliminating language, is to clarify. So I'm not exactly sure it's an all or nothing proposition, because, well, listen, I think we've discussed the issue enough. Councilmember Shorey, did you have anything to add?
Well, I was just going to point to what you said in terms of, rather than eliminating it, why don't we just clarify to memorialize what we've been doing? If we've been doing it, you just mentioned that we've built how much to help us set
So
aside?
may I make a suggestion? Proper funding should be balanced with the restoration of city core services.
To be honest with you, I think that if Councilmember Brand is okay with this, and I know this isn't time sensitive, I don't believe, my suggestion would be to have a discussion about identifying what proper means, defining that. That term needs to be defined. Adequate needs to be defined. And for these departments that we list as core services, when we say proper funding, I have no idea what proper means. When we say adequate funding, I don't know what that word means. You use the word fully. So it's clear that we have a problem in definition of terms. For me to have comfort with even tweaking with this at this point, we need to define what these terms mean and then move forward with clarifying the language, because I think that's the issue. We don't know what adequate funding of public works and city parks are. We don't know what that number is. We don't know what it looks like. We just have that word in there. So that would be my submission. Listen, I don't know if Councilmember Brand is open to that, but my submission is that these terms be defined before we start stripping them out.
The problem is it's so subjective on how you define it. And also, it varies from time to time. At one time, we had 850 police officers in the city of Fresno 10 plus years ago. And the population was probably 60 or 70,000 less. You know, based on estimates I've heard today, I'm thinking 800 probably would be sufficient because technology changes too. I could come back later and look at this, but I think right now the problem is if you take this literally, the way we're going on our that's why it was one of the needs to make the amendment when Mr. Lima came to me was that if we take it literally, we should not be adding any reserve at all because we've not restored core services per se. And yet so technically we're in violation of the Reserve Act. So to change this was to basically give us the opportunity to legally build up a reserve. And I think everybody here has the same passion, the same goals to restore. Nobody wants to see a city out there with inadequate core services, but we just don't have the resources to bring everything back. It can be done incrementally the way we've been doing it. And again, at least on a ratio of 4 to 1 or 5 to 1, the money that we've recovered has been coming back to services and not the reserve itself. So, you know, I can look at that at a later date, but I think right now it's important that we make a statement about our reserves and our financial viability, and that's my opinion.
All right, well, you need a second. You need a second. All right, so we'll call for a vote. We'll vote electronically. The yes vote is accepting staff's recommendation, and no vote rejects staff's recommendation. No. Vote passes with council members Baines, Quintero, and Sawyer voting no. So we are moving right along on our agenda to now our 11 o'clock item, presentation of they're not here. All right, so what we'll do, we will take we'll take the city council reports from the boards and commissions. Do we have any council members that would like to report on any of the boards and commissions they're on? We are on City Council item 3A, boards and commissions. Do we have any council member that would like to report on any of their boards or commissions?
And Council President, it's just reporting time, right? We're not.
Yeah, there's no action on this item. It simply is a report.
No, thank you.
All right. Well, I'll make a couple reports. I recently attended the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District retreat in Bass Lake, the annual retreat. It was very well done. It's a study session, and we covered a number of items concerning air quality. We changed our mission statement. I think that was the most significant issue that we had there. Right. I will close that item. And now I think, Jane, are you queuing up for the budget presentation? Okay.
Litigation Committee.
Go ahead.
Thank you. One little report on litigation exposure reduction ad hoc committee. We took a position in our last session that was addressed by Council Member Quintero, and as a result of our analysis and recommendation to sue, we reached a settlement. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
All right. We will now take the FY 2016 budget overview. Are you up, Madam Mayor? Are you up, or
I'm going to start.
You gonna start?
Yes.
All right.
Are you ready for this?
We think we're ready.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Well, good morning,
Council President, members of the Council, we're very pleased to be here today to give you an overview of the fiscal year 2016 budget, and a couple of points just to kick us off. First of all, we are ahead of the schedule in the usual budget process and made sure to get the budget out early. Of course, when it's a good budget, it's easier to get the good news out sooner. So we're pleased to give you more time to review it and look forward to working with the Council during the hearings and ultimately adoption. Secondly, just a little budget trivia. I mentioned this at a press event the other day with Councilmember Quintero. Apparently, behind our backs and without our knowing, council members and their staffs have developed nicknames for various budgets over the years. And so apparently we've had the Band-Aid budget, we've had the budget from hell, and I was very pleased to hear Councilmember Quintero say that secretly you guys have been calling this the restoration budget. So that was really encouraging. But what I wanted to let you guys know is we too have had our own secret subliminal messages that have been delivered as a part of past budget presentations. If you go back and look at the cover photos of the budgets that I've done, you will see there's a little narrative that's being told with those pictures. Many years, it's a picture of the Fresno skyline with very dark clouds over the city, for example. Last year, we had a beautiful picture of the city, dark clouds, but a rainbow beginning to show. And of course, this year is probably my favorite budget cover because it has this photo of this beautiful neighborhood, which is a symbol to us of the neighborhood restoration that we want to see and be a part of with the adoption of the general plan and the development code, and certainly is an indication of the financial position that we are grateful is being restored. So that was just a little something. I threw that in for free for you guys. So our priorities in developing the budget this year are noted on your screen. Long-term financial stability, which I'm really grateful for the debate you all just had on the Reserve Management Act. It's very encouraging to hear such well-thought-out, well-reasoned debates happening on financial stability as well as quality of service level happening in this agency. It's certainly, to me, a sign of culture change. Number 2, maintain and improve our commitment to public safety. Number 3, improving parks, trails, and neighborhood streets, basic services, restoring neighborhoods, and of course, supporting job creation. From a public safety standpoint, you all have been briefed on the additional services that we're recommending in the budget this year. 43 additional police officers, increasing our minimum daily staffing in the fire department to 73. The equipment replacement that's happening in fire. We know we are going to need to spend large sums of money to upgrade public safety communications, both police and fire. We can't do that until we know exactly what we need to buy, so we're recommending starting that assessment this year as quickly as possible so that we'll be in a position to fund some of those upgrades the following budget year and years following that. Additional police vehicles, I believe it's 50 police cars plus motorcycles, and then some dollars going towards our Skywatch program. The neighborhood restoration initiatives, we're going to talk in more detail next week. We'll do a workshop on Restore Fresno, which we kicked off yesterday, but just a very quick preview. Really, our work is to pull together all of the things that have been going on, add some of the additional things like implementation of the vacant building ordinance that was just passed this morning. And we really want to demonstrate to you all and to the public how all of these various pieces within this building are working together in order to bring about the revitalization we want to see in neighborhoods. So I will go into more detail on that next week. I will just do a business-friendly Fresno is listed there. We do have the additional staff who were funded mid-year this last year in order to improve development application processing times. Those positions continue, and I believe next week we're also going to do an update on business-friendly Fresno so you can see the metrics that have been tracked since we started that initiative, and we're very pleased with the success and plan to continue that work this next year. Parks, neighborhoods, streets, and trails. We've got the $5.8 million of capital improvements going into neighborhood parks. We're adding the Cultural Arts District Park this year. We've got 3 miles of trails that are being constructed this year, which is exciting, adding to our overall trail system. And then we continue the $2 million Neighborhood Streets initiative that we started last year. And those are dollars that council offices help us identify the projects you want to see completed. From an infrastructure standpoint, this next year, we, of course, will break ground on bus rapid transit. We've got some exciting continued work in traffic synchronization, and we've got some great maps that can show you what's been synchronized, what's being planned, and what's being constructed in this next year. I was really encouraged to read from our staff that as a result of this work, which has gone on for many years, we've reduced travel times in the city of Fresno by 18%. And this last year, we were ranked one of the best cities in America for commute times. And so just working with the assets we have, our existing street grid system, without over-planning or overbuilding additional streets, we can improve travel times by simply synchronizing our light system, and that work continues this next year. Blackstone Avenue, we've got a host of improvements that we're recommending, and we'll talk more with you about that in upcoming meetings. And then, of course, our recycled water projects that are under construction and are going out to bid this next year. So those are just some of the programmatic highlights. Let me ask our budget director, Jane Sumter, to just walk you through the revenue and the expense projections. And I'm going to do the next slide, Jane, and then I'll have you come up and do the general fund. So just wanted to quickly highlight the reserve, since you were just discussing the Reserve Management Act. So where we are projected to be by the end of this next fiscal year, that's the number that council members Brand and Baines were talking about. That we're expected to be at about $15.5 million at the end of fiscal year 16. An appropriate reserve level, standard best practices would be 10% for a general fund, which our general fund is, if you look back on the previous slide, our general fund resources, about $300 million. So that just gives you a sense of really where our reserve should be, is about $30 million. When I look out over the next 5 years, we don't quite get to the $30 million, but we're making very steady and important progress. We do have some work underway to try to build this reserve even faster without compromising service levels, but it's premature for me to disclose that. Keeping my fingers crossed that we'll get some cooperation with the people we need cooperation from, and then hopefully be able to bring you back good news about actually being able to hit that reserve target by the end of our 5-year projections. So that has been something that has really taken steady, dedicated focus. And just to kind of comment on, what does a balanced approach look like? And there's a reason why I'm not a policymaker. You all sit up there to try to define policy and think things through from a policy standpoint. I'm much more of a programmatic sort of implementer. So just practically speaking, when I think balanced approach to restoring service levels as well as funding reserves, to me, it's about half. So we had a budget surplus this year, and we put about half of that money into improved service levels with police officers, firefighters, buying equipment, and expanding some service levels in a few small other areas like code enforcement. So about half went into services and half went into savings. If we wanted to, get our reserve target met sooner, we wouldn't have added those service levels. We just put, the full surplus into reserve, but we didn't do that. If we were ignoring our reserve, we would have put all of the surplus into services. So just, again, I appreciate the debate very much. Practically speaking, we feel like this is the right way to go about it, and we have to be steady and even-handed the entire way, and we feel that's what we presented. So with that, let me ask Jane to come up and just walk you through the high-level revenues and expenses.
Good morning, Council. I'll be very brief since I'm going to be going over the general fund overview as a part of the budget hearings come June 8th. But this basically shows you a condensed version on slide 5 of the general fund. We have the primary revenues of the general fund, which are our primary funding sources of sales tax, property tax, and charges for services. You can see a steady progression there. We are estimating that we will end the year of this current fiscal year with about a $9.2 million carryover, and that will be used partially to fund next year's budget. We are estimating reasonable increases in most of the revenues. They've been based upon both consultations in the case of property tax with the assessor's office, and also sales tax in that case with Muni Services, which is our private consultant that assists us with that particular revenue source. The charges for services obviously come from the departments, and this has been their best estimates. Your employee services takes into account all of the positions that are proposed for addition in this particular fiscal year, and in the out years those have been maintained, and the costing for those is reflected in the 5-year projection. The debt service for the city, at least in the general fund shown here, is fully funded, and the debt service for the enterprises and all other funding sources is also fully funded in the budget. You can see there that in FY15 we paid off the internal loan, which was the last loan that we had for the parking fund deficit, so that has been paid off. And we have, as the mayor referred to it earlier, a steady progression, a balanced progression, I believe, of transfers into the reserve fund for the general fund. I'll be going into some of these in a little bit more detail, as I said before, in June when we start the budget hearings. That will be the first thing that we will go over, and then we will start the budget hearings per the calendar that has been distributed by the council president. And I believe that there are some ground rules that the council president wanted to go over as far as making motions and how you make motions for the budget hearings. And I don't, if you wanted me to go over that or whether you want.
No, I've distributed a menu to the a memo to my colleagues on that. Thank you.
That'll be fine then. Then in that case, I will reserve the rest of my comments unless you have any questions for June 8th. Thank you.
All right, so this item will not be going out to the public as we're not taking any action on it, but we are going to allow council members to ask questions on this issue. Do we have any council members with any questions regarding the proposed budget? Councilmember Soria.
I just want to make a comment. I know that this is related to an item in the budget, and I had this conversation with the administration. I also talked to Bruce earlier just about looking at the specific RFP process for the communication system consultant that we have. I understand that that process has begun, and so I just think it's a good thing that we're being proactive and hopefully have something in place by the time that that our budget is approved so that we can expeditiously move to address and really study some of the communication issues that have arisen and that we're aware of. And so I'm encouraged to hear that you guys have begun that scoping of the process, and hopefully we'll have it by the time that we approve the budget and implement it for the year. Is that correct, Bruce?
The chief is already working on drafting up a scope of work to hire a consultant. I'd be more than willing if she can get done and get it prepared to issue that RFP with the expectation of being able to come back to award a contract to a consultant shortly after the budget's adopted.
Councilmember Olivier.
Thank you, Council President. Was very encouraged and excited to hear about the improvements along Blackstone Avenue, and would love to set up a special meeting with the administration, our staff, to find out the particulars of that. I want to be as helpful as I possibly can. Thank you.
Councilmember Brand.
Let's make a few comments. It looks like these projections are roughly 2 or 3% a year as far as the revenues. Right?
That is correct, Council Member.
Okay, so I feel these are fairly conservative.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just looking at the increase, like employee services went up $29 million over that 5-year period of time, and overall expenditures went up $32 million, whereas during the same period of time the reserve went up about $18 million, and if you take away the RDA portion, it's actually only about $10 million. So again, that's a balanced approach of expanding services, improving services, and providing for physical emergencies.
Yes, the employee services line item that you see there takes into account, as I mentioned, all the positions that have been added in this proposed budget and assumes the maintenance of those positions over the 5-year window.
Okay. It looks like our debt service actually goes down a little bit over time.
Yes, we are paying a couple of them off. Yes.
Okay, that's good news. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Brandow.
Jane, I just wanted to ask a question, or actually it could be anybody who answers this. I'm not sure. And really, so far in the budget, I've made it just about through the executive summary. So that's where I'm at. and which is fantastic, by the way. Good job. On the parks and neighborhood streets and trails section, it talks about $2.1 million going towards basic street repairs within all of the council districts. Do I know, is that divided equally between the council districts, or is that by a project list
It's like
basis?
what we did this year.
Yeah.
We divide it up, and then you will tell us which street. These are specific.
Similar to last year.
Residential streets, not major streets, just residential streets, and you'll determine which ones you want to do.
Okay. So is this in addition to monies that were used last year, or is this kind of continuing what we did last year?
It's continuing what we did last year.
It's on top of. Thank
Right.
you. So
I thought
good. All right. Love it. Perfect. That is a good sign. Thank you. Do you get that, Bruce? They're on top of it there. You haven't made it through the executive summary yet. Okay. Okay. All right. That's really my main question this morning.
All right, that seems to conclude the questions from council members. I'll reserve my questions and comments for the actual budget process. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Mayor, staff, Jane, for the presentation. Next up, we will have item 3B, a resolution of support, Central Valley Coalition for Reliable Energy. Greg's going to make the presentation.
Good morning, Council. This item is a resolution of support for the Central Valley Coalition for Reliable Energy. This is the Central Valley Power Connect project is to ensure electric reliability for the city of Fresno and the Central Valley's growing population. The resolution is attached. There's also an information sheet that's been presented or prepared by PG&E that should answer any questions that you may have, and we ask for your support.
I know we have Ann Clues from PG&E. If you want to come down and make a couple of comments, Ann.
Good morning, and thank you so much for bringing this item forward. I know that all of you have been briefed on this project throughout the last year, and we were pleased to have Councilmember Soria and Capriolio at our coalition launch a couple weeks back. And although the City Council and our application of the CPUC for this project does not require resolutions of support, it is important to us to have elected body such as yours to be supportive when we go to put the application in. And I do want to point out this resolution does not select any particular route. It's just for the need for the project itself. So thank you very much for considering this today, and I'm available to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Ann. I'll now close the staff portion, take the item out to the public. I have a card here for it. Eric Payne.
Good evening, Council. My name is Eric Payne. I'm representing the Greenlining Coalition. We're a statewide coalition of partners with business, faith-based community, and a cross-collaborative partnership. I came to speak to you today in reference to the resolution. Just to say that we'll continue to work with the applicant to reconcile and mitigate any of those concerns identified as this application moves forward in the process. The applicant has a corporate responsibility to those communities that are impacted and disproportionately underrepresented, and the applicant can play a stronger role in workforce development and training opportunities within these communities identified within the project map. At this time, no position has been taken, and at this time, we will remain neutral, and this project is under further review. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have any other members of the public that would like to speak on this issue? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Soria.
I just want to make just a few comments in regards. So recognize, I think, the need for the project. So in terms of bringing the resolution forth, I know that there's been a significant amount of community outreach done to those impacted communities. I'm assuming that there's going to be a continued effort in terms of outreach. So just want to make sure that we emphasize, I know that some of the communities that will be impacted, we don't represent, but I think just being cognizant that proper outreach is done for some of these rural communities is going to be important. And just echoing on some of the comments made by the speaker, Eric Payne, representing the Green Lining Coalition, but really looking at how PG&E does, do the responsible thing and invest really in some of these communities. So I'd be, interested in meeting again just to talk about how PG&E can really be a true partner with some of these impacted communities to ensure that those that are impacted do truly benefit from potential opportunities as mentioned by Mr. Payne. So look forward to having a meeting to discuss further. Thank you.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve this item.
Second.
All right, all those in favor? All opposed? Item passes 7-0. Thank you. All right, we are now going to take unscheduled communication. I have one card here from a Don A. Glasson, here to speak about code enforcement. All right, I don't see him here. So we'll, he is, come down, sir. I'm sorry if I called your name incorrectly.
I don't hear very good. I'm sorry.
My apologies. Your name, Don?
Listen, I got a little complaint I want to file with you people. I went to code enforcement and the city of Fresno on permits be taken out on a project that was done without permits. That was 3 months ago. They keep giving me the runaround. They sent me the city of Fresno permits department says, that's not our department, that's the code enforcement department. Okay, I go down there. We don't know anything about it. We don't know anything about it. I says, well, why is it I have to come around here and personally talk about something when I've called on it and it never got done? Now, I talked to your office, Mr. Baines, about the situation. I figured, well, maybe we can get something done there. And I find that I went over there this morning that nothing's being done. Now, we have a code infraction, right? And apparently nobody wants to do nothing about it. Now, I can't figure that out. Can you tell me what the reason is?
No, I'm not familiar with your issue, Ms. Glassman, but I'll look into it for you.
Well, your department is. I talked to your lady there, and she told me that we sent a letter over there, and I went down there, and I never received a letter of the complaint. It's in your area. That's why I called you. Now, and then I just got back from talking to your supervisor in the code department, telling me that you're the contractor that did the work. Why'd you do the work without a permit? Well, I'm not the contractor. I'm a laborer. I'm a plumber by trade. I used to be a plumbing contractor. I'm retired. So I did a little side job for the guy. And the guy didn't pay me. So this is how it's coming to a head. I'm sorry I had to come that way, but that's done. Now, what can we do about the situation out there on the problem we have there with a building, restroom being built without permits?
I'll take a look at it, sir. Let me take a look at your case, and we'll communicate with you.
I know I've been hearing that for 3 months. I had a problem at my house. I had a R1A piece of property. I built a barn on the back. They come out and told me I can't do that. The property's not big enough. So I had to tear it all down. They gave me 2 weeks to tear it all down. So this is where I'm coming from. So what can we do? You're going to tell me that you're going to look into it? Is that what you said, sir?
Right. I apologize, but for this portion of our agenda, we don't. It's not an action item. I can look into it on your behalf, and then I can get back with you. But I'd have to familiarize myself with this topic and get back with you.
Okay, I'll be in touch then on it.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Do we have any other persons for unscheduled communication? Seeing none. Doug, can you announce our closed session, please?
Yes, for closed session, we will have Citizens for Restoration of L Street versus City of Fresno and others. That's all.
Thank you. Council will be back at 1:30 directly to closed session, and then we'll commence with the afternoon agenda. All right, we're going to call our meeting back to order. It is now 2. We're going to deal with our 2 o'clock item. It's a 2 o'clock number 1 is a workshop on farmland preservation. If we can have staff come up and do the presentation, please.
I'm going to do my best to fill in for our wonderful mayor, who is much more eloquent about this. Mayor, are you on your way? As you know, in our recently adopted general plan, we do have a policy under Chapter 7 with regard to farmland preservation. And and there is also a chapter in the general plan, the economic development chapter, which focuses extensively on the export-oriented industries as our primary economic driver in Fresno. And most of our export-oriented businesses are food-related. And so we believe that farmland preservation is critical. Pressing pause for just a second.
Georgianne was wearing her tap shoes just then.
All right.
I am doing just-in-time council presentations today. Good afternoon, Council President and members of the City Council, members of the public. We're very grateful for this opportunity to workshop an item with you. I hope that Councilmember Olivier is on his way back. He's actually the one who requested this workshop.
He did.
Oh,
in
perfect.
Fact,
okay, so
I could have had him introduce the item, actually.
Mayor.
Exactly.
Will you
yes.
remind him of that when he does come back?
I will. In
Thank
fact, we can all remind him. So our purpose today is to dispel many of the misinformation, misstatements that have been circulating. We've certainly heard from many people that they're very concerned that we're inviting the state in to establish a policy for the city, and among a number of other concerns that have been raised. So we want to provide full and complete information on just what we're proposing to do. And of course, this is pursuant to the general plan that got adopted in December of last year. Jennifer Clark is going to make the balance of the presentation. I'll make some closing comments. And I understand we have some special guests and technical experts who join us as well, who will be available to answer your questions. So with that, I'll ask Jennifer to come on up and start in. Oh, good. Okay, Councilmember Olivier, we thank you for the opportunity to provide this workshop.
Good afternoon. Jennifer Clark, Development and Resource Management. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you this afternoon to provide a workshop that seemed appropriate after our last conversation. So a little bit of background. We know how important agriculture is to our history, our culture, identity, and as the heart of the valley and the center of the most productive agricultural region in the world, it is also essential to our economy. While these are 2011 numbers, the San Joaquin Valley produces 8 to 10% of the nation's food supply, amounting to more than $30 billion generated on an annual basis. Fresno County is responsible for nearly $7 billion, or 23% of this annual total. We also know that we have highly efficient, highly productive farmland in our valley. And that is in part due to the amount of unique, high-quality farmland that is in our area. The soils and climate of the region work to create conditions where farmland can be prosperous into perpetuity. But as our region grows, we have we have seen a large loss of farmland through conversion to urban uses. To put that into real dollars, if you use the 2011 average worth of an acre of Fresno County almonds, $5,000, and multiply that by the acres in our sphere of influence, that's just over $68 million that would be taken out of the local economy. And for Fresno, as a transportation and processing hub, that means fewer jobs and fewer dollars being put into our economy. This map shows important farmland as of 2011 based on the State Department of Conservation mapping service. Prime farmland, farmland with the best combination of physical and chemical features able to sustain long-term agricultural production. This land has the soil quality, growing season, and moisture supply needed to produce sustained high yields. Land must have been used for irrigated agricultural production at some time during the 4 years prior to mapping date. Farmland of statewide importance. Farmland similar to prime farmland but with minor shortcomings such as greater slopes or less ability to store soil moisture. Land must have been used for irrigated agricultural production at some time during the 4 years prior to mapping date. And unique farmland, farmland of lesser quality soils used for the production of the state's leading agricultural crops. And this land is usually irrigated, but may include non-irrigated orchards or vineyards, as found in some climactic zones in California. Land must have been cropped at some time during the 4 years prior to the mapping date. That being said, we all know we must balance the preservation of this high-quality farmland with the needs of our current and future residents to be able to provide an adequate number of homes, jobs, and amenities. You have all seen this map on the mayor's conference room wall, and it shows the explosive growth since World War II. In our past, our city's growth has not been balanced, and this has negatively impacted not just our agricultural resources, but the city's financial sustainability as well. As we continue to grow, we can apply the lessons learned and the insights gained from past years to set a better course for the future. We can grow in a more balanced, financially astute way, and in a way that acknowledges the impacts of our expansion. The general plan identifies a sequence for accommodating growth through the phasing of development shown here in this map, Phase 1 in the darker magenta color and Phase 2 in the lighter purple color. And we are not the only ones who are taking note. During the formation of the general plan and through its public review process, we received comments regarding the need for the city to consider the impacts that our growth will have on farmland loss. The Department of Conservation and the American Farmland Trust expressed concern that our Master Environmental Impact Report, MEIR, does not consider any options on how to lessen the impacts that will occur to important farmland as we expand. Pursuant to California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA guidelines, the city needs to consider ways to lessen these impacts. However, if it is not done through an MEIR, then it will be done subsequently on a project-by-project basis. Today we have with us John Lowry, Assistant Director of the Department of Conservation, to answer questions if those arise regarding the Department of Conservation's letters and policies. Since we did not have time or resources to develop a program or measures in our MEIR at the time the general plan was adopted, we did include a policy that says we will do so during the implementation phase, and that brings us to where we are today. The Sustainable Agricultural Lands Conservation Program. The focus of the grant program is to inventory and evaluate which agricultural lands are most highly productive and critically threatened, and to develop locally appropriate strategies, programs, and actions that ensure the long-term protection of those lands. In January of this year, the Strategic Growth Council approved grant guidelines and initiated a call for proposals. Staff learned about the grant and after reviewing it decided to apply in mid-February. The grant application was submitted by the deadline on March 20th. However, our proposal cannot be considered for an award without a resolution approving the filing of the application from the City Council. We are asking for $100,000 allocation, which can be applied to both consultant work and staff time. The program does require a 10% match in funding. However, 5% of that may be paid for with an in-kind contribution, which we have identified as staff time. The remaining $5,000 will be appropriated through DARM department budget and will be used for printing and noticing costs, part of normal operations. Altogether, if awarded, the city can save up to $95,000, which would otherwise come from the general fund. At this time, all applications are under review by a technical advisory committee for eligibility and selection criteria requirements. The Strategic Growth Council is expected to approve selected grants at its June 30th meeting. The purpose of our proposal is to secure funding to help the City of Fresno develop a farmland preservation program. And the purpose of the program is to conserve farmland and promote agriculture in a way that is appropriate for Fresno. Here with us to talk a little bit about what a farmland preservation program is and what it can do is Chris Shearing. Chris is a Central Valley farmer. He grows walnuts and almonds, and he is also the managing counsel at the California Farm Bureau Federation. Chris?
Good afternoon, members of the council, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. I am just going to speak for five or 10 minutes briefly on the subject of farmland preservation or protection. I am Chris Shearing. I am from the State Farm Bureau up in Sacramento. My bailiwick is land use. I'm a lawyer. So I've been working with some of this stuff in a lot of counties and cities around California, and I just want to give you kind of my system level observations. I come from a farming family actually up in Yolo County, and Yolo County is certainly got its own take on protecting and preserving farmland, so I've seen a lot of that. The California Farm Bureau Federation is based out of Sacramento. We do have a Fresno County Farm Bureau. I'm not necessarily here to speak on behalf of the Fresno County Farm Bureau, just more at the system level from the state level of the Farm Bureau. I also am not here to speculate on what's best for the city of Fresno. I don't know what that is, and of course that's what your job is. So I do know that Fresno County, as has been said, is the nation's most productive county in the nation. In terms of farm gate revenue, $7 billion. You heard that. So it seems like a good place to contemplate farmland preservation. I know your general plan appears to do that, and I applaud you for that. I guess the obvious question is why protect farmland. I think you've already made that determination. Our best soils are irreplaceable in the world, in California, in the United States, anywhere they're found, because the best soils, prime soils, are a geologic asset. Once you convert them, once you pave them over, they're not coming back in any reasonable time frame. So I think that's pretty obvious. And then there's the food supply concern too. A lot of jurisdictions are determining to protect farmland simply because they want a local agricultural base. They're proud of it, and they like some of the other values associated with farmland, which include open space and ancillary habitat values and things like that. So I think that you're already there on all of that. If I saw your general plan policy correctly. So the question for you, I guess, is what is a farmland preservation program? And I'm just going to run through about 3 or 4 devices here. It's up to you to determine what a farmland preservation program is, quite frankly, because I don't think that there is a statutory designation for it in the county, or I'm sorry, in the state planning and zoning code. But the devices are basically this. They kind of break into 2 general areas I would call. There's sort of the legislative and sort of mandatory subset of programs that can protect farmland, and then there's more sort of market-based mechanisms, and the two kind of overlap. But as a point of departure, it looks like where you are is looking at general plan and zoning policies for the preservation of farmland. This would be legislative or mandatory in a sense. There is no requirement in California state law that you do that in your general plan or in your zoning ordinances or anything. There isn't. I'll say that up front. A typical farmland preservation policy in many jurisdictions is a mitigation policy, and preservation doesn't have to be mitigation, by the way. Preservation is sort of a broader group of policy tools for the protection of farmland. But many jurisdictions embrace a mitigation policy. A 1-to-1 mitigation ratio is typical in many jurisdictions. That's kind of a point of departure. What you should note there is that it doesn't replace lost soil, soil that is lost to development. It just protects remaining soil. So in other words, if 1,000 acres is paved over of prime farmland, 1,000 acres might be replaced somewhere else, but it's not a replacement. What those policies do is they put protection of soil on the backs of developers or the home buyers ultimately, and some would say that is appropriate because that's what's causing the loss to farmland. Others have different opinions about that, and if I were representing a different organization, I might talk differently about that. Now, when I say that the general plan or the zoning policies like that are mandatory, they're mandatory in that development has to live with it, but they're voluntary in the sense that typically there is flexibility in these policies for a developer to satisfy those mitigation requirements by going out and finding a willing buyer. And in other words, the developer has the option of finding a conservation easement in different places according to where somebody is willing to sell and on what the best terms are potentially for that developer. So it's a legislative and mandatory policy, but it's kind of voluntary in its implementation in a certain sense, so that's the way you should look at it. What if you didn't have a policy like this in your general plan? There's a few other devices in state law that you should know about. Environmental review, as has been noted, CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, requires mitigation typically where possible, and CEQA is not a hard and fast rule. But CEQA does protect certain kinds of soil at the project level or at the program level, for that matter, prime, unique, and statewide significant soils. Those are all different classifications of soil. They are protected by CEQA in the sense that feasible mitigation for their conversion as part of a development scheme is required to be considered. The thing about CEQA is that it's overridable, and it's also riddled with exemptions. Some would say that CEQA is not quite the same as taking the bull by the horns, if that's a policy value you have, and sticking it in your general plan and implementing it the way you want it to be implemented. I won't talk too much about the Williamson Act because I don't think that's maybe too relevant for you folks. That's a state-level program that's basically a tax incentive program to protect farmland via temporary or easements for a term, I guess you would say. It locks up farmland for periods of 10 years in return for a preferential tax assessment for those farmers that are willing to give up their development value for a certain period of time. And then finally, conservation easements, and I wanted to talk just a minute more broadly about those because there are other ways to get to conservation easements than having a mitigation policy embedded in your general plan. Conservation easements, as you know, are when a farmer, in return for giving up in perpetuity until the end of time the right to develop his or her land, gets paid for the development value of that land. And that's permanent protection of soil. It is voluntary, typically, and it can be required as part of a mitigation policy or a farmland preservation program like you appear to be considering. But those conservation easements are also purchased and bought and held for the permanent protection of farmland through other means, private efforts. And there I'm talking about land trusts and the like. There are many county land trusts across California, and they are in the business of even in the absence of legislative direction from the Board of Supervisors or the City Council to protect farmland, they go out and buy the development rights up to protect farmland without any public legislative action. That's a private activity, and it's entirely dependent upon funding, really. And I think that that's the critical sort of weakness of those private efforts at protecting farmland, because they're never going to have enough money to protect as much soil as at least they would like. So anyway, with that, I hope I didn't talk too much or too parenthetically about any of that stuff, but that's just sort of the stuff that I work with at the State Farm Bureau level. So I would be happy to answer any questions or just step down. No questions? Okay.
Thank you, Chris. One thing to note is that we are not alone in evaluating farmland preservation policies. Several other San Joaquin Valley towns and many others throughout the state have adopted policies or programs to lessen the impacts of farmland loss. These include Clovis, Houston, Lathrop, Manteca, Merced County, Reedley, San Joaquin County, Stanislaus County, Stockton, Tracy, Tulare, and Visalia. And it also makes financial sense. A 2011 study on California's agricultural chain found that agriculture supports about 2.5 million jobs and contributes more than $300 billion to the state's economy. For every agricultural processing job, there is an associated 2.46 additional jobs in related fields. And $1 of farm production in the San Joaquin Valley adds up to $1.89 to the local economy. Many agricultural-related companies are located in the city, and many look to us first when considering opening operations, relocating, or expanding due to our prime location in the state and the wealth of farmland in our immediate area. The prominence of agriculture in Fresno has also supported parts of the new tech economy. LotPath, for example, is a company based at Bitwise Industries in downtown Fresno and creates custom software for all aspects of food production and distribution, and has high-profile clients such as Odwalla and Del Monte. There are other benefits to having a farmland preservation program as well. Adherence to program policies could result in less than significant impacts under CEQA, helping to streamline development in greenfield areas. Developing our own program gives us an opportunity to define our own priorities and needs, incentive development in key geographic areas and industry sectors, and provide protection for our future economy. If we were to be awarded the SALCP grant, it can help us establish a process to develop our own program designed to meet our unique needs and collaborate with neighboring agencies to provide a regional benefit. A program by Fresno for Fresno can help us understand what quality and quantity of our farmland is so that we know exactly what is on the ground today. It can help us understand what all the various policy options are so that we can create a program that makes sense for us. And it can help us know how we can best implement that program. Just as an example of how a program can be suited to the needs of the local jurisdiction, the city of Brentwood, which is about 30 minutes northwest of Tracy, uses their program to invest in agricultural enterprise activities such as marketing efforts, agritourism, and agricultural business development. That is why we want a program, not just a policy, so we can provide a holistic approach to invest in agriculture, provide more jobs, and strengthen our economy. So who will be involved in this process? We want participation from farmers, property owners, the building industry, and elected officials or their representatives, those who are key stakeholders in development and agriculture. These stakeholders will help us develop a scope of work to hire a consultant to help us perform the research and other tasks previously mentioned. And the Council will approve who gets that contract and will ultimately vote on whether to approve the proposed program. So there have been a number of questions that have been raised. So here are some of those questions. Why should the city develop a program if the county and surrounding cities are not? It's not a matter of either or, but a matter of both and. Supporting agriculture supports our economy, and when we support regional goals, it also helps us to become competitive for other grants and sources of funding. And as we can see, there is growing precedent for San Joaquin Valley jurisdictions to adopt farmland preservation policies. Over the past 10 years, the cities and counties mentioned previously have adopted policies or programs. One question to consider is whether or not this may increase the cost of housing. A study done in Yolo County found that conservation easements at a 1-to-1 ratio totaled less than 1% of the market value across all development types. That being said, we do not know what the impact of this or any other measure may have on Fresno because we have not been able to perform this type of research. Part of the work we want to do with the grant is to evaluate the economic impact of a wide variety of measures so we can put together the most appropriate program possible. Another question is whether or not this will increase the cost of farmland. Because development projects are spread out over time, it is unlikely that there would be a rush on agricultural land. An important consideration is, do we legally have to do this? The answer is yes and no. While we do not need to develop a program, we are required to evaluate mitigation measures to prevent farmland loss under CEQA. This can be done on a programmatic level, through an MEIR, or on a project-by-project level. Do we need to do this now? The city could choose to delay developing a program, but we want to be ready for greenfield development in Growth Area 1 as the market rebounds, and for that, we will need to have a program in place unless the Council would prefer to require developments to individually address farmland conversion in their proposals and indemnify the city. And can we quickly put a policy in place without involving a longer process? Yes. However, farmland preservation is a priority for the administration, and we want to ensure a thoughtful approach to preserving our agricultural-based economy. If awarded this grant, we would have the opportunity to perform research and identify a focused process to ensure we have evaluated all creative options to support agriculture before permanently converting it to urban development. And with that, I will turn over the presentation to the mayor to conclude.
Thank you, Jennifer. And just to conclude, I wanted to put what I believe to be points of agreement on the table. And want to just start by saying, as with every issue in this building that tends to get very political and very heated very quickly, it usually means there are legitimate interests and legitimate concerns on both sides of the issue. And I don't for a moment dismiss the legitimate concerns that have been raised as this item has come up over the last 3 weeks. But as I've spoken with many of you offline and understood your concerns in your various points of view, particularly up to yesterday, it seemed like that there was actually quite a lot that we agree on. So I want to put those items on the table, and perhaps that will help guide your debate and ultimately your decision. So I've got 9 points. I think it's very fair to say we agree on the first 3. I'm pretty sure we agree on number 4. 5 through 9 is perhaps where we start to get some different points of view. So see if you can follow with me on these points of agreement. Number 1, I think it's fair to say unanimously in this building that we all would agree that productive farmland is foundational for Fresno's economy. I'm looking to see if anybody would take exception to that. Okay, I will not take your silence to mean agreement, but I think you'd probably start throwing something at me if you don't agree with that. Number 1, farmland is really, really important to our export economy. As we sell things outside of our labor market, a four-county area, unemployment goes down, income levels go up. So we have to nurture our primary industries, our traded sector, and that is primarily food-related in the greater Fresno area. Number one. Number two, I think we all would nod our heads and say, building homes is important. We want to remain competitive in the new home industry. Okay? Thinking you guys are probably okay with me so far. Number one. Number two, right? Okay. Number three. These are the easy ones. It is a matter of fact that we have farmland inside our sphere of influence that will be impacted by greenfield development over the next 20 years, as a matter of fact. All right. Number four. What's that? Outside the sphere. Outside the city limits and inside the sphere. Yep. Number four. Based on my conversations with each of you, for sure the majority, if not the supermajority, or almost all of you would agree that we should figure out the smartest ways to allow for greenfield development while not undermining our production ag economy. Okay? That's number four. And we all acknowledge this is difficult to do because now all of a sudden we have two good but competing interests facing off when it comes to we want to build homes and we want to maintain, to the best of our ability, our production ag economy. But I think you're probably all with me up to that point. Number five, and this is where I think we might start to have some disagreement, although I think I've been persuasive in the last few weeks, and at least a majority or supermajority of you would agree with me on number five. A process is needed in order to develop smart and effective policy and programs. A process. Not a rush to judgment and not a knee-jerk reaction, but a process. Okay? Number six, I think we even agree on who needs to be at the table as that process unfolds. And in reviewing the notes from Councilmember Brand yesterday, who has some recommendations on a structure and the people who should be nominating others to be a part of this process, I mean, it's an easy thing to agree on. I think we even agree on who needs to be involved with the process. All right, number seven, and this is where I know we have some disagreement. Number seven, I believe we need some experts to be involved. I don't think we can just figure it out inside this building. And I would recommend that those experts include some GIS capabilities, some legal capabilities that are specific to this area of law, and some real estate economists. So I think, number seven, that we need some experts. And probably most of you are still with me at this point, okay? If you're with me on number seven, then you have to agree with me on number eight, that we're going to have to spend some money to buy that expertise. So some money is going to be involved. So the question before you today is number 9. Should we apply for a state grant to pay for that expertise to staff the process with the people we all agree need to be at the table to try to wrestle with a very legitimate debate that we need to have in this community? Should we apply for a grant and see if somebody else might help us pay that bill? And if we apply for it, it doesn't mean we get it. Or should we commit general fund dollars to pay for that expertise that's needed to staff the process with the people who we all agree are going to be involved in order to debate an issue we all agree is important? So that's really what it comes down to, 1 through 9. So with that, we'll conclude our workshop and certainly welcome your questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And for the record, on this particular portion of the agenda of the workshop, we will not be taking public comment. We will, in fact, take questions from council members if they should have any. At this time, I don't see any questions from my colleagues. So I'm happy to close the workshop down and move on to agenda item the 2 p.m., in which we contemplate the filing of the grant for our farmland preservation program. Councilmember Olivier, are you? Okay, so you don't want to. I am good to close the workshop. Okay, so Jennifer, are you guys? Let me just ask this, because I think this may be true. Can we consider this the staff presentation, or do you have another staff presentation for? Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure we could do that, because if that's the case, I'll take this item now out to the public. We are now on the 2 o'clock item number 2, in which we are contemplating the resolution in which we will take a vote on. So I want all my colleagues to be clear. We are now on the item that we will be voting on. I have a card here by Mr. Pat Riccuti. If you are here, you can come on down and state your name and address for the record. And even though I don't have a card for other speakers, you're happy to take your testimony down at the lectern. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President, council members, staff, and Mayor. And I thank you very much for this opportunity to speak about this particular issue. I am very cautious, nervous, concerned whenever anyone tells us that they're going to try to regulate. And just ask any farmer about how they feel about regulation. We're overregulated and dictated as to what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, and how we should stay in business, and what we could do with our land. This whole issue about mitigation is something I'm just very much opposed, because I've seen it in action with environmental issues, which are horrendous. I've seen it involved with eminent domain issues, where different governments come in and dictate how someone's going to use their land, or whether they can even keep their land. When we look at the issues that were spoken earlier about different ways of controlling and saving farmland, the general plan and zoning, I mean, that's your number one. That's your first tool or weapon, however you want to describe it. Market-based, it's whatever is going to be the highest and best use. And with that, you don't need any of this other mitigation. Because what are you going to mitigate? You're going to go and make a developer pay for some other land somewhere else that's going to raise his cost to the actual value of the property he needs to develop. You're going to give the property owner, original property, the farmer, less money for that land, because that mitigation is going to reduce the value, right? And you're going to increase the cost to the home or that development that's going to be created. We have a lot of other factors, such as Williamson Act, which works really great for farming. And when we look at the actual preservation of farmland, okay, it's not farmland that we're losing. We've got plenty of farmland. We could address that with just this drought that we've had, that we've idled 500,000 acres of great land because of no water. And what has that been caused by? ESA. That's it. Endangered Species Act. Right? Not get rid of it, but modify it, allows common sense to dictate what happens out on a farm. You give agriculture water, they're going to create farmland. Whether it's this land here, whether it's where we're farming in Clovis,
Thank you,
or in Fresno.
Thank you, Mr. Riccuti.
Well, I got a lot of other issues that we could address with this, and if someone else would like to give me more time, I'd appreciate that. But again, I really appreciate your taking time to address this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We now have Mike Prandini. If you can come to the microphone. What was that? Oh, okay. Oh, before you all leave, hold on one second. I meant to do this. Where are you guys from? Roosevelt government class? All right, we got a Rough Rider graduate right here.
Go Rough Riders.
All right. Are you guys sure you want to leave right now? It's about to get relatively interesting. Yeah. All right. Sorry, Mike.
They're smarter than that to stick around for the fireworks.
Yeah.
I'm a Rough Rider myself. So.
All right.
Mike Prandini, representing the Building Industry Association, and I'm here to speak in opposition to this program. I agree with the previous speaker, Mr. Riccuti, and the issue is the general plan initially did not specify that this had to be done. It was more general in nature, left it pretty wide open, very broad, which we were okay with. Somewhere in the process, and I have to admit that I didn't catch it before it was adopted, but this language got inserted in RC 9C in the condition where it says you have to replace it for like acreage. And that's a real problem because, as Mr. Riccuti said, that reduces the value of the farmland if a developer has to buy his farmland and replace it someplace else. That raises his cost, which makes the land being purchased less valuable. And if the purchase cannot be made less valuable, less cost, then the cost of the overall project goes up. And it's obviously more difficult when you have to go out and find somebody who is willing to put in his or her property into permanent easement for agriculture. That's also an issue for the farmland. The data regarding the value of productive farmland is obviously comparable, not even, I don't believe, comparable to the value of land when it is developed. And you have a lot of construction jobs. You also have a lot of permanent jobs created with housing. It's a mainstay. It has been estimated that the economy nationwide will not fully recover until the housing industry recovers. And the housing industry is not recovered. We are doing a little better than we were, but we're not anywhere near even the production levels of the late 90s. So we are way down on production. And I agree with Mr. Riccuti in that the control measures you have in the general plan are, in terms of the sphere of influence and the annexation processes, are the regulations to control the loss of farmland. If you don't want development in ag land, then don't put your sphere of influence over that ag land. Once it's inside the sphere of influence, that should be considered for development and not for active farming, because it just doesn't make any sense.
Thank you, Mr. Prandini. If we have any other comments, I don't have any more cards, but you feel free to come to the lectern, state your name and address for the lectern, and you will have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, council members. Manuel Cunha, President Nisei Farmers League. When you deal with mitigation, and in our industry, agriculture has a tremendous amount of issues today with mitigation, from the Clean Water Act, and Mr. Baines, definitely you know, the Federal Clean Air Act, which is a huge impact upon our industries, especially even agriculture. If we start using mitigation factors, then that really causes us havoc in our industry for agriculture. But right now, Mr. Riccuti stated about 500. Right now, in the San Joaquin Valley, from Bakersfield to Stockton, we're now cracking over 1 million acres out of water, out of production agriculture. That's the number as of last month, okay? That's huge. We have a lot of land surrounding this city that is going fallow, and especially even in our rural communities, and that's important. If we're going to do a grant, when you get money from the government, there's all sorts of strings tied to it, and especially this state. Sometimes I wonder if it's worse to get $1 from the government of California, even from the federal government. But in doing that, we go through quite a bit of restrainment, requirements, and everything else. Many of us never saw the grant totally of what is required, what's going to be the issue. Experts. I think the agriculture industry is a pretty darn good expert of what they know what to do with their farmland, along with the city people, along with the agriculture commissioner, and along with the county. Now, if we're not competent enough, then apparently the $6.7 billion, and oh, by the way, in 2008-9, this county submitted to the state, to the governor at that time, Arnold Schwarzenegger, agriculture in this state was $680 billion. That was its impact to other upstream and downstream. So it's huge. It's no small number. We know that. But when you don't have involvement from the ag industry, and many of the ag groups in this valley, in Fresno County, don't support this in that basis because they want to see what is in that grant, okay, and what's going to be tied up. 1-for-1 is great, but when you buy a piece of land next door to another farmer, there are strict restrictions in that mitigation. That means the farmers around there are not going to be able to farm normally. They will not. I see it every day. I have problems every day of these issues. So I would just say that this process didn't go down the right way, but I think my industry is overly regulated, and I will present to you, Mr. Baines, here in a couple of weeks, probably by the California State University of Cal Poly, is doing a research grant, I believe, through the Air District, through ARB, and it's going to tell you how many regulations a farmer is impacted, and right now, it's 83 different regulations that a typical
Thank you, Manuel.
grower has. Okay,
Right,
thanks.
thank you. No problem. Come on down, state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the Council, President Baines. Jeff Roberts, I'm speaking on behalf of Granville Homes and CNA Farms, both located on Herndon Avenue in Fresno. And I'm going to cut very short what could be a very long presentation. 3 minutes is not adequate to talk about this issue. And I'm glad that for the record we've stated that ag mitigation is not a law that's required here in the state of California. We're concerned about creating a policy, a program, or any kind of a rule or regulation that will make it harder to develop in the sphere of influence, specifically in the area that's been in the sphere since 1984. Most of our property in the city has been in the historic sphere. There is a new portion of it called SEGA or SEDA, but most of that land has been slated for development since '84, and it just doesn't seem right to impose a new mitigation fee or requirement on that property to let it develop. By way of background, we're builders here in Fresno. I know the council's aware of that. We're also fairly large growers in the San Joaquin Valley with property in Kern, Kings, Fresno, Madera, Merced, and Yolo counties. We're members of 2 farm bureaus. I've recently been an advisory member on creating a document about ag mitigation with the California Council of Land Trusts here in the state. This came out last year. We think we're very well versed to talk about this issue, but the fact of the matter is we haven't talked to anyone about this issue other than you council folks in the very recent past. You should be aware that we made a presentation to the Planning Commission, to the council last December about that policy that Mike Prandini referred to, RC9C. We did catch it a day before it went to hearing, and we were very concerned that this policy, while the first part of it's very good, it says let's have a conversation about preserving ag. We think that's great, and we want to be at that table. The second part is tough, and it ties your hands, and it says there shall be ag mitigation at a 1-to-1 ratio. That's the part we had the problem with then. We still have the problem with it. And that's why we're going to speak in opposition to the action here today. If the council was to somehow work into the action that you take out the mandatory ag mitigation, we're there at the table with you. We really want to have that conversation. So I'm going to cut this all short, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
We have any other public comment? Please come down, state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Council President. Darius Assemi, Granville Homes and Granville Farms. If this ag mitigation program does go through at some point, whether it's today or sometime down the road after further review, it would make development, whether it's commercial, industrial, residential, in west of 99, in southeast Fresno, in southwest Fresno, more difficult, more expensive, which will also impact job creation in those parts of town. We develop in west of 99, and it's a difficult place to develop. This would add one more layer of cost and red tape to development in an already challenged part of our community. I heard throughout the presentation that a lot of referral to the county of Fresno and by Mrs. Clark. And I believe that the county should be a lead agency in addressing farmland preservation in our county, so that Fresno doesn't get singled out as one of the very few cities in our county. We have 500,000 acres of fallowed farmland. About 190,000 of those, approximately, is in Fresno County, and that's not due to development. That's due to our drought. So, I would encourage us to come together as a county and work on the drought issue and on the water issue. Again, we have a water problem, not a farmland. We're not running out of farmland anytime soon. And ag production is up in our county. And lastly, City of Fresno is very good at getting grants. One of the challenges we face today is the dying trees, shrubs, and landscaping that we face because of the water shortage and the water droughts that we have, that drought that we're facing. So I would recommend that the city pursue those options, look at grant dollars to make sure we save our trees, save our landscaping. We're going to probably lose thousands of trees that sequester greenhouse gases over the next few months in this community. I would urge this council and this body and the administration to look at options of getting more water and figuring out how to solve the tree and the landscape problems that we're going to face in the coming months. I'd be glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
State your name and address for the record.
David
and you have
Williams,
3 minutes.
California Commercial Land Sales, 8080 North Palm, Suite 104 in Fresno. I own California Commercial Land Sales, and my company specializes in the sale of raw land for subdivisions, investment, and commercial uses. And a lot of our work is areas west of 99 and southeast Fresno. There's already a number of challenges trying to provide for affordable housing there. And, adding one more layer is just going to make it more difficult. So I certainly oppose that. I don't think that the one-to-one is a workable solution. So hopefully we can come up with something else. So, thank you.
All right. Do we have any other further public comment? Come on down and state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council. Daniel O'Connell. I live at 3260 Kirchhoff Avenue. Thank you for hosting this workshop, and I thought that Councilman Olivier's suggestion was a good one. We need to have more of these. So, first of all, we've come a long way. Your general plan is phenomenal. We need to implement the general plan, and this is a component in the general plan. It was appropriate. There is when I talked to Ed Thompson, the California director for AFT, and mentioned the general plans of Visalia and Fresno, there's a caveat here that's interesting. What I said is a compromise. There is no mitigation in the city limit, and he asked why. I didn't have an answer for him for that. It is a fair compromise here. That is an infill development incentivization. Let's take a step back, though. This is the San Joaquin Valley, and I've said this before. This is the most productive place in the history of the world, and part of it is because of the climate, part of it is because of the production of its soils, part of it is because of its culture of agriculture. It's one of the most unique places anywhere, not just in California, and Fresno is the center of that. It is also the place where we have the highest urban poverty, both environmental and socioeconomic, in the country. Are they linked? How are they linked? And Los Angeles was the #1 ag-producing county in the United States from 1915 to 1949. How much agriculture is going on in Los Angeles today? And I was born in Inglewood in 1967. Inglewood in 1915 was a small hamlet, just like Sanger, that grew out. And it was just, we grew too fast. We can learn lessons there. The Valley of Heart's Delight, the Santa Clara Valley, we didn't have to destroy that whole place. This is the most special place in the world. I purposely moved here because of it. I'll finish with, there's a lot of emphasis on the idea of mitigation. You know, Kings County doesn't have mitigation policy. They don't have per acre. And I asked their planner why. He goes, Dan, it's because our LAFCO reduced the spheres of influence to appropriate scale, and we're not going to break out of the spheres of influence. We don't need a mitigation policy, but that's county, and we're a city. We need coherent land policy, and we need to implement the general plan. Keep going. Let's convene this broad discussion with the county, with the ag groups, with the business community, and decide how we're going to build an economy and conserve this special place. Thank you.
Do we have any other further public comment on this issue? All right, seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the dais. I have a few council members wanting to speak. So I'm going to preface the council deliberation by making an observation, hopefully for my colleagues that can help keep the conversation in the proper context. My vice president is always saying that we should exercise leadership, so we're going to do that today, because while many of you and we all have some strong, passionate feelings on this issue, I caution us to make sure that we keep the discussion to what we're talking about today, and it's a grant for a program. Not necessarily debating, we don't even have any details of the program, funny enough, but not necessarily debating whether or not we should have a farmland preservation policy at all, because that's really not what we're voting on. What? So I'll do my best to hopefully guide the discussion to keep it within a certain framework and a box, because while we may want to have the urge and the temptation to debate whether or not we're going to have it, we really are talking about a grant today, not the entire policy or whether the need for the policy exists. So with that, hopefully, Vice President, we put some context in the discussion. We'll see what happens. Here, I tried. Councilmember Olivier.
Thank you, Council President Baines. Just a quick point of order. At the risk of sounding argumentative, I believe that obviously I'm going to oppose the grant today, but I would like to set up the reasons why I feel that way, and it has to do with the broader issue of farmland mitigation. Otherwise, my comments would be simply I oppose the city applying for this grant.
I would be okay with that. I'm kidding. Go right ahead.
I bet you're not the only one.
Yeah, second that.
I'll try it. I appreciate your desire to keep things as brief and to the point as possible, and I will honor that as best as I can. Thank you.
Real quickly, Council President, before I know the gentleman from the state of California Farm Bureau is on has other commitment. So if there are any specific questions or clarifications that you would like to pose to him.
Steve, do you have anything for him?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Why don't you go ahead, and then I'll go second.
Okay, really quickly, what just happened? Are you not?
I don't have any questions for the gentleman that has to leave.
So are you going to let Councilmember Brandow go first with his line of questioning? Councilmember Brandow, we're going to turn the mic over to you. You're punched up here. I'm going to allow you to take your full time. Is that going to be okay?
Yeah.
Is that okay with you, Councilmember Olivier?
Okay. I just don't have any questions for the gentleman.
I'll come back to you after he's done.
Thank you.
All right. Chris, thank you for coming to Fresno today.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And I really only had a couple questions. Yolo County population of?
What's the population in Yolo
Yolo
County?
County?
I'm guessing it's about 300,000 or something like that for the whole county.
So right after you spoke, a large farm owner in the valley Pat Riccuti came up and he talked about farmland, that the farmers are against mitigation, in his opinion. And then several other farm voices spoke, and it seemed like it's pretty unanimous against mitigation. Why is that?
Well, the best way to answer that question, and it's a tricky question for me, and I can get fired if I answer the questions the wrong way sometimes. I've got members that go different directions on the question of mitigation and protecting farmland, because there's kind of two sides to that coin. For most farmers, their farmland is the primary asset that family owns. Other people own, 401ks and stocks and bonds, and that's where the family chestnut is. For most farm families, the land is their stock and trade, and increasingly, sometimes the kids aren't coming back to become farmers. So every farm family has to make their own decision about when and on what terms to farm or to sell out. And to the extent that property values are implicated, sometimes farmers are hesitant to embrace something, and it's just a matter of human nature, I think, that implicates property values. That's obvious. At the same time, there are a lot of members within our organization that certainly look toward mitigation on a system level, knowing that agriculture doesn't continue at some level if farmland isn't protected in some places. So I'm trying to give you a divided answer on that. I've got members going different directions on that.
Long answer.
I'm sorry. I'm trying not to get myself into trouble on that, because I've got.
I don't really. If you could summarize for me, then why are your farmers against mitigation? I asked him to summarize, and besides, I asked him.
I can't give you a comprehensive answer to that, because different farmers have, for some it's probably ideological. They're tired of regulation. God knows farmers have to live with a lot of regulations and constraints. For some, it's they feel that their property values will be diminished by a mitigation policy.
Okay.
So I'm trying to be helpful.
Do you know how much farmland is in Fresno County?
Do I know how much?
Yeah.
I couldn't give you exactly.
Brian Jacobson, how much farmland is in Fresno County? 1.5 million acres of farmland in Fresno County, 960,000 in irrigation. And you know how many's in the sphere of the city of Fresno? In either the three categories that matter: prime farmland, farmland of statewide importance, or unique farmland, 15,000 acres. So let me ask you, should the city of Fresno be leading the charge on farmland preservation?
I don't think you're asking me that question. I told you at the beginning that I don't have an opinion on behalf of the city of Fresno. That's not my business. I don't live here.
Well, I'm just going to ask a lot of people that question.
I'm not going to offer you an opinion on that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. Do you want me to keep going, or do you want to go back to him?
No, I want you to go ahead and just kind of go down in your summary of comments, and then I'll come back to Councilmember Olivier.
Okay. My next question is actually to our city attorney. Doug, when I was, the Fresno General Plan started, the conversation started before I was even elected 2.5 years ago, right? I missed several of the major votes that led up to that. But then I was elected, and a couple years in, we just took the vote in December. So we had this very long process. And then the last week before the vote, mitigation language was inserted into the general plan. How did that happen?
I believe it happened as a result of 2 letters we received, one from Farmland Trust and one from the State Department of Conservation.
Okay. And so what were contained in those 2 letters, basic? I've got them in front of me, but I'd love to hear you.
Right. Generally, a request that the city include in the general plan or in the EIR a provision for mitigation of farmland loss.
Okay. And from both documents, we're asking for farmland mitigation language. Is that correct?
Yes, and technically either that it be mitigated in the general plan or on a case-by-case basis when projects come forward.
Is it the position of the state's Department on Conservation that we have to have one-to-one mitigation? Or do they allow lots of other? Oh, who's that? Beautiful. Come on up, sir. Thank you. Fantastic. What was?
I'm sorry.
Okay. Beautiful. And what was your name?
John Lowry.
John, I spoke with David Thesselt a couple times. Molly, Mary, spoke with a lot of folks.
They all work for me.
Right, in your department. Every person I spoke to said there's a lot of flexibility in this whole process, that nowhere is the state of California demanding that the cities like Fresno do any particular thing or really do much of anything other than somehow address that farmland needs to be preserved. And so we've got a lot of letters, we've got phone calls, we've got a lot of letters now that have come in to the city of Fresno. Is that correct, that there's a lot of flexibility here in the way we do this?
I think there is flexibility in how you address and meet the requirements of CEQA, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So is there anything else you'd like to add about Fresno's general plan? Does the state make any requirement of us, or should we live in fear of the state of California? We're not living up to some standard that the Department of Conservation has for us?
Well, no, I don't think so. I don't. I've read the letters I wrote. Well, I signed the letters, at least some of them, and I know what they contain. And I don't think that we have communicated to you that there is strictly some sort of requirement that you undertake agricultural land mitigation at an express ratio in order to meet your requirements under CEQA. I think what you are required to do under CEQA is well known and well understood.
Okay. Thank you. And I'm sorry I missed you.
That's
but
all
I
right,
appreciate
no
that,
problem.
John. So Doug, out of the two documents that were turned in to the city of Fresno that brought mitigation language into our general plan in the final hour, it certainly wasn't from the Department of Conservation. They're telling me right now that there's nothing about mitigation and they're not demanding mitigation, but it was really one-to-one mitigation that ended up. So I'm assuming it had to come from the American Farmland Trust document.
Right. We just checked, and the two letters from the state did not specifically identify one-to-one mitigation, and the Farmland Trust letter did, and it's also reflected in case law.
Thank you. Thank you, John. So now, John, appreciate you coming up. So now really we have the American Farmland Trust document that was turned in, submitted to comments for our general plan. Dan O'Connell, you're here representing the American Farmland Trust? Okay. So Dan, could I ask you a couple questions? Right on. So here's a 4-page...
Dan, you're going to need to come down to the lectern, and your responses need to be on the public record.
So Dan, and you work with Ed Thompson, right? He's the guy that... Is he your boss?
Yes, he is.
Okay, and Ed's not here today, but he left a lot of comments.
His daughter's getting married tomorrow.
In language inside of our general plan. So here's the letter that you guys submitted for our general plan, and it's 4 pages long. And the opening paragraph talks about, Fresno's general plan will be precedent setting. Potential. It's got the valley's largest metropolitan area. Precedent-setting potential. It's kind of a nice, warm welcome. And then the second page...
It achieved that.
Yeah. And the second page has got... I highlighted the word infill on the second page in green. I don't know if the camera's got this yet. I'm going to hesitate till it does. So every word on there in green is the word infill. On page 3... every word in blue is the word mitigation. And on none of those pages, 4 pages, is the word preservation. So what this really is, Dan, it's an infill document. It's a mitigation document that you brought forward to our general plan that got inserted in the 11th hour. This isn't about preservation. You guys are American Farmland Trust, but you're not about preserving farmland. You're about you have an infill agenda inside the city of Fresno. It's right here in your document. Would you agree or disagree that this is heavily weighed on? So I highlighted infill 17 times, mitigation 16 times, preservation 0 times. Would you agree that this is an infill document?
You know, I've been thinking about the process here, and I know the lobbying that's been going on likely. I've seen it in other places that all of you have been receiving here in the last few weeks. It seems odd that such an innocuous peripheral discussion as farmland for a city causes this. The people that were at your doors over these last few weeks. Why? I think it's because it has to do with a theory of economic development and how we're going to grow. I love Fresno so much. I purposely moved downtown. I want to revitalize the city. When you oversupply a market, you devalue property. You know, and I'm not an economist, but we should have a broad discussion on how to grow. So, however you call it, revitalize,
infill.
There's many euphemisms. There's many words. What is really important is that, and the city can't lead this. We have to have a broad discussion. The building industry, the Farm Bureau, the ag industry, the farmland advocates, you, the county, hopefully Madera County, need to sit down and talk. We have to have a consensus. These are methods that are done in other places, and they're par for the course. Stanislaus County is way past this. Last night I was in a meeting in Stanislaus County. They were trying to exclude the city of Houston's mayor. They were trying to kick him off LAFCO because they already passed the mitigation policy. They're describing, they have 3 parts in Stanislaus to their mitigation policy. One is a city can vote, and this is for cities, the city can vote to have an urban growth boundary. So you don't have mitigation? You can just simply have an urban growth boundary, which means the citizens have to vote to annex more land. So they gave that option. So mitigation wasn't an option in that case. Then they have one-to-one. You can go ahead and find like kind one-to-one. This is par for the course for the Department of Conservation in the state. Or you can pay a fee, and that fee is to purchase ag easements somewhere else.
Yeah.
And so in Stanislaus, the discussion is so far along. All the cities are in agreement that there's going to be ag mitigation. It's how much the cost of that mitigation is going to be. So, this discussion is beginning here. It's a broader discussion that the citizens, the residents of the city of Fresno, the city council, the industry, the county should take together.
Dan, that's a really great philosophy. Okay, that's a really great philosophy, and thank you for telling us your personal philosophy. And it ended up in a document that's all about infill, and then that document got converted into our general plan in the 11th hour. As a matter of fact, it's about the 58th minute of the 11th hour.
Is there any other questions you have for me?
No, I have no more questions of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, we have to it's my job to find out what's at the bottom of all of this stuff. And look at that. We were able to do that. Dan, I actually believe if there's anybody in this room that's a lobbyist, it's you and the American Farmland Trust. Okay? And you can pass that along to Ed Thompson for me. Okay, we already know that we have a sphere of influence in the city of Fresno that contains 15,000 acres of important land, farmland. We already know, we have the expert sitting right over here. The expert is sitting right over here. Ryan Jacobson is telling me that there's 1.5 million acres of farmland in the county of Fresno, 960,000 of it irrigated, the rest of it waiting to be irrigated, which is a much bigger problem than the city of Fresno taking the lead on farmland preservation. Now, I'm not saying farmland's not important. Let me ask a couple more questions. So, Doug, now, how did it go from these two documents to being inserted into our general plan?
Well, I wouldn't be familiar with what the staff was doing, but from what I was familiar with, we received the letters, and we met with Farmland Trust, and we had a discussion about what might be inserted in the general plan, and I believe there was a common agreement that what resulted was what was agreed upon. The easements, one-to-one easements.
And who was in that meeting?
I believe it was Mr. O'Connell, I was in there, Talia was in there, and staff.
Okay, well, that's so.
There may have been a council member, I don't remember.
Okay, all right, well, we had our city attorney, our staff, and a lobbyist in the room.
I just want to quickly also remind you, we also had a private meeting with Granville Homes, and you were there, and I was there, and Oliver Baines was there, and Lee was there, and we went through a host of issues that Granville had concerns about in the general plan. It was a couple days. I don't think it was the day before the hearing, as Jeff suggested, but perhaps the week before, but somewhere close to the first hearing, and they brought this issue up. So that was the first time it was flagged for the elected officials. And so anyway, just for the record, that meeting also happened in addition to apparently the AFT meeting with staff.
Okay, but Mayor, would you agree that to insert of all the options, you just had John from the State Conservation Agency here, department here, of all of the options, we chose at the last minute to insert one into our general plan. Do you regret that?
I think we opened the process and we opened the dialogue, and now we have to work on an implementing ordinance. What we're recommending is that we get the stakeholders in the room, that we get experts in the room, as I mentioned, GIS experts, a real estate economist, some legal experts from this particular field of law, and we evaluate all of our options and we determine what's going to work best to actually support our production ag economy while allowing us to remain competitive in the new home building industry. Whatever the outcome of that conversation is, not determined at this point, those recommendations would have to be brought forward, and should there be changes to what is listed in the general plan today, then we would accommodate those recommendations. So we're advocating a process, a thoughtful process that actually gets a range of options. You know, at the last minute, we get a 4-page letter from the State Department of Conservation following up on a 2012 letter where, you know, you've done a good job of just affirming that there was a letter. You read that thing in detail, as our attorneys were, and when you look at the case law, it seemed pretty clear that something needed to be done. You yourself admitted that something has to be done. I guess the question is what? We don't know the answer to that. And what we're saying is, why not ask for some help to sit down with the right people in the room to develop an implementing ordinance without a predetermined outcome.
Okay, Mayor,
and I think we all know that is what we're recommending, is simply moving forward with a smart, thoughtful process with the property owners, the developers, and the production ag people in the room. And we don't know what the best answers are, but I'm certainly open to and welcome any idea that would actually work.
And if we come up with an answer that's not one-to-one mitigation, are you willing to amend your brand new general plan?
If it is a part of a thoughtful process where at the end of it we all look at each other and say, yep, that's the right path right there. And we'll know it when we do our homework and we evaluate our options and we know what's worked in other communities, what's been tried in other communities, and what's not worked, we'll have a good sense. Today we don't have that. So we're shadow boxing.
Why didn't you have this attitude of being open prior to inserting in our general plan one-to-one mitigation?
Steve, how many pages is the general plan?
Yeah, a lot.
Hundreds and hundreds. How many policies are included in the general plan? How many years were spent developing every page, every word, every paragraph? It was not, you recall the things we were arguing about was approximately half. You recall the things that we were arguing about was what is the definition of infill. You recall the things we were arguing about was whether or not we should expand the sphere even further. All right, we wrestled with those things. We came to consensus. You know, this came as what seemed to be a compliance issue that we needed to resolve. We now are trying to implement the general plan. We'll have 50 other things that will have to get fleshed out in more detail as we begin to implement this general plan. This is the second one. The code enforcement item was the first. There'll be a parks master plan we've got to develop. There'll be a host of other things that have to be developed to implement the general policies in the general plan. That is all we are seeking to do. It is a ridiculous standard for you to sit there and say you should have had this all figured out in advance. We were off dealing with the other major items in the general plan.
What I'm saying is ridiculous is that the last minute of the last hour of our general plan, you listened to that lobbyist back there and you inserted yet another infill document into our general plan because it is what was on the agenda of the general plan.
Let me gain a little control of the meeting.
Over the mayor.
Over all of us.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll submit to being
President
controlled.
Emeritus, I'll remind you of your standing here. So we want to have a dialogue. It seems like we're fussing. So I'm going to obviously encourage both of you to remember that we're all public servants and we treat each other with dignity and respect and have respectful dialogue. So not saying we're not, but I want to make sure that we stay there.
Thank you, Council President. It's been a long time since we've raised our voices in the council chamber, so it feels good. Got to get a little bit of the energy out. Just last point I'll make, and then I'll sit down and let the council member continue with his questioning. On October 21st of 2014, not at the last minute, not at the final hour, we received from the State Department of Conservation a letter that said no feasible measures in addition to the above policy are available. All right? This was in October. They were telling us, you guys, you have to figure something out. And while, yes, as Mr. Lowry has said, there is flexibility in doing that, something has to be done. And those are your exact words. Something has to be done. If the one-for-one is not the right approach, but there are other viable options to accomplish what we need to accomplish, I am the most intellectually honest person in the room to say, we got to look at all the options. We don't know what they are. For you to be super hyper concerned about whether or not a lobbyist was listened to or not, I mean, you know, I find that difficult, frankly, coming from you.
We just heard Dan O'Connell's personal philosophy lecturing us about infill development and his personal philosophy on our city. It does concern me.
But Councilmember Brandau, we also heard from hundreds of other residents just at the workshop alone who also were expressing concern about infill development, and Granville Homes did as well.
I couldn't care less about Granville Homes.
Okay, well, anyway, your accusations of me are shallow and hollow. The reality is, for 5 years, we've literally had thousands of people coming forward, being a part of this process, and expressing support for roughly half. So yes, roughly half is a primary strategy in this general plan.
I'm going to call for a 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have the floor.
I don't think they heard your gavel.
We're back. Councilmember Brandau has the floor.
All right. Thank you, Council President, for that very wise 5-minute timeout. I think it was wise because not only did I cool down a little bit, but I lost my place, and so I think I'm very close to done. You know, I just expressed some things throughout the course of the general plan conversation, and then I expressed some things throughout the course of this conversation that we're having on farmland preservation in Fresno. So I don't like the way we talk about process. I was very disappointed with the way the whole process rolled around, and we find, you know, we talk, and the mayor and I agree on a lot of stuff. And I would still today say, Mayor, that we agree on 85% of the stuff that we face in our city together. And for instance, the budget that you brought forth earlier today, fantastic work. So there's a lot of things that we agree on, and one of the things that we've always tended to agree on in the past was we need a regional conversation, and yet I find one city trying to lead a county, maybe city trying to lead LAFCO. I think it should be the other way around. And this is the argument that I have been making consistently. It's got nothing to do about other people's view of general plan versus infill versus greenfield, is this. when you take the city of Fresno and you add extra costs to development in the city of Fresno that don't apply to our neighbors, whether it's farmland mitigation or any other type of cost, then you have to believe that either A, all of that development will come to the center of the city of Fresno, or B, it's going to go elsewhere. I've always been the one that felt that we can make it difficult for development, but that doesn't mean it's coming to the city center of Fresno. I feel like it could go elsewhere. And as a city councilman, I'm afraid of all of those energetic projects that I hear about that come before council. I'm afraid of all of that stuff going elsewhere. So until there's a time when all of our neighbors are participating in the same type of program that we're participating in, I'm going to have a very tough time, in my mind, penalizing the city of Fresno and things that happen in the city of Fresno and adding more cost to things that happen in the city of Fresno. But I'm interested in hearing what the rest of my council members say. I'm going to make a motion to deny the grant.
I'll second.
I'm done.
Councilmember Olivier.
Thank you, Council President. Before I begin, just for the record, Dr. O'Connell, you mentioned your degree was not in economics. In what field are your degrees? Agriculture?
Really quickly, I'm sorry. If you're gonna, I'm gonna have to ask you to come down to the lectern. If you're gonna engage him, it needs to be on the record. So.
Hi. I have a BA in history from UC San Diego. I have a master's degree in international agricultural development from UC Davis. And I have a degree in education, but adult education and extension, that nexus point of connecting knowledge to communities from Cornell. So the two great ag land grant schools, Cornell and Davis, and I was in the ag schools at both. So I was took a lot of ag econ, a lot of numbers there, you know.
Thank you. I appreciate you walking down. The first thing I wanted to do is have Mr. Riccuti. You mentioned that you had a couple of other items and you had run out of time. Would you still like to share those comments with this body? As if you're welcome to do so on my dime.
I apologize not stating my name, Pat V. Riccuti, PR Farms and the family Riccuti family, the Riccuti family at 2917 East Shepherd Avenue, Clovis. One item to address specifically what you said about the grant itself. I'd like for you all to really look at the money side of it, because it's all about money, okay? Everything's about money, okay? And some people think that's other people's money, OPM, okay? But, council people, that's all our money, okay? Whether it's the federal government, whether it's the state government, or our taxes here, that's still our money. And if we want to take that money and maybe abuse it and use it even though we may not need it, there are a lot of experts, I think, that would graciously volunteer their time and expertise that are right here that are going to be affected by these rules and these regulations and this mitigation and these issues by the people that really live here, right? And not so many people that are transplants that come from Santa Clara or these other populated areas because the housing was so cheap here. They don't want to live in that kind of area anymore because the cost of living is so high. But yet we want to do things that we're going to raise it to be just like those guys over there. Right? So just be conscious of the fact that that grant is just not free money out there. It's money that we all pay in taxes on, and we just don't want it to be abused. The issue about this farmland side is, okay, we're worried about the farmland. If you look around and take a flight around this valley, we've got lots of farmland. You know what we're losing? We're losing the farmers, okay? How about replacing them? This government is turning off the farmers and the young people to come back into farming, right? Because of all this regulation. They said, I don't want to put up with this kind of stuff, right? That's our dilemma here, aside from the greater thing of water, right? And it's all those same people that are trying to control our water or cut us off of the livelihood. That's our blood. I mean, without water, we're dead, right? But we need to preserve the farmers, right? Because, you turn that switch off, you can't just flip it back on like maybe the valve at the dam when we get water. But you turn that switch off on farmers, you've got generations that you're killing, right? That we need to replenish. Now, one example of what the drought is, at Fresno State, you're going to see a lot of empty ground there that's being fallowed because we don't have the water over there, right? And they're an institution of higher learning where we should be teaching these kids the applied research of agriculture, and they can't even get enough water. So that's just that's a brush of those kinds of things. We address, this issue of the grant. Special interest groups, huh? Lobbyists? I just heard one from back there, right? We're all special interests. We all have our own special interests. Mm-hmm. And the ones who are going to be talking, that have talked about this, it affects them directly, personally. And yeah, we who are farming, that land is our livelihood. Now, I don't have a whole lot of bunch of stocks and bonds and all that kind of stuff. Everything I've got is in our land, within our family. And we elect to continue to farm. And nobody has to tell me I got to mitigate or whatever it is. I acquire land that's right in the city or outside the city, and I plant trees. I'm still farming it, right? We can go back 50 years ago when we were forced into the city limits, which I'm talking about the actual property, that this mitigation would affect us, wow. Right? At Fowler and Dakota, we were forced into the city limits back then. There was an issue when Mayor Whitehurst was mayor, where that council elected to say, no, we want to preserve that as ag land out there. We had fire hydrants under our peach trees. Hey? Do we not have an inherent right of being forced into the city, having city water under our trees, and not afforded the ability to develop? Right? No, because that council at that time elected to go on the other side of 99 and develop where some developers wanted to develop at that time. Now, I've heard that there are elements out there that control government, and we all know that goes from day one. Okay, but we need to really recognize, what's best for agriculture here. What's really best for agriculture? There's
and this ain't it, right?
This isn't it.
Okay.
No, absolutely. You've got the tools already in your hands to control the preservation of ag land within your sphere. Right? You don't want it to go any further than that, then just cut it off. Right?
Thank you.
But no, appreciate it very much.
Appreciate it.
Anyone else have any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess my next questions would be for an urbanist from staff. Maybe Miss Clark could come up and share with me. I have a couple of questions for you. I guess the first one that I can ask, and I know that Member Brandow touched on it, and I know that it was touched on a little bit during the presentation. What is the state of California's penalty? What exactly is the penalty on our city for not adopting a farmland mitigation policy? And I want to know what that penalty is and when that penalty takes effect.
So I'm going to defer to the city attorney because this is really a CEQA question as to how we evaluate projects. We adopted the general plan policy in a broad way so that we did not have mitigation in our MEIR. And because we did not have mitigation in our MEIR and we do not have a program, each project will have to be analyzed individually on a project-by-project basis. And any impact must be evaluated. And so I'm going to let the city attorney talk about that piece.
Right. It's not so much a penalty as if the general plan reports that there is a significant adverse effect on the environment and that impact is not mitigated, then the state or anybody else could bring suit and go to court, and a court could issue a writ or an injunction to the city that says, the city, you did this wrong and you have to redo it. Or if there were a project being considered where applicable farmland were being taken out of production, someone could sue to stop that project from going forward if there's not adequate mitigation.
Where in the state of California is this occurring today?
There are some reported cases that concern the failure to mitigate.
One-for-one farmland mitigation? So the state is suing municipalities that fail to have a farmland mitigation policy in effect?
It's not only the state. It's not necessarily
like
the state. It could be anybody. It could be Sierra Club.
Oh, okay. So
right.
Okay. Thank you. How many letters, emails, or phone calls do you have on record, on file, from people in agriculture or farmers who have requested that the city take this on? And when can we get those?
As a part of the general plan, we did not receive specific comment letters from from farmers on this particular issue. But again, the MEIR says that there will be a loss of farmland due to expansion and due to growth. Per CEQA, as the city attorney just described, we must evaluate that impact, and we must provide, if it is an impact that is irreversible, we must provide some form of mitigation. So instead of creating a mitigation measure in the MEIR that would be proscriptive, we wanted a more general policy that would allow us the flexibility to define a program that was specific to Fresno, that did not have a broad or statewide impact, that it was specific to Fresno. How does the impact of the loss of farmland impact Fresno itself, economically, socially, et cetera? How does that impact our community? So we have this opportunity now to define a program that is specific to our community, rather than have a one-for-one mitigation that is in many other communities surrounding us, including the city of Clovis.
We have heard from people in the agriculture industry that 500,000 acres of California farmland have been fallowed. Does the Sierra Club or any other environmental group sue when a farmer takes his or her land out of production? Do you know of any of those cases going on?
I'm not aware of that happening.
So it has to do with land use and development, and so in terms of farmland preservation, it's preserving it from urban use. It's not. Nobody seems to care if a farmer has no water and the land goes fallow, is what I'm trying to say. If the Sierra Club cannot sue if a farmland decides to fallow his field,
right?
Why does the Sierra Club sue if the farmer decides to build a Vons on his field? That's, I guess, what I'm trying to understand. So it has absolutely nothing to do with fallowing fields or taking farmland out of production, but has everything to do with controlling private property.
It's because of state law. State law specifically says that taking farmland out of production for an urban use is an adverse impact on the environment.
So it is for urban use.
Right.
Okay. Ms. Clark, I had another question for you. I'm sorry. In your research, and this could be really for anyone in the gallery right now, I'm interested. We have been told that Fresno has grown exponentially and uncontrollably in an octopus-like sprawl, eating up valuable farmland. Everyone seems to agree that has occurred. I'm wondering, in the whole history, how have the prices of food been affected by the growth of the city of Fresno? By eating up urban farmland, as an urbanist and as the head of our planning department, have you studied or are you familiar with, have the prices of food, I'm sorry, Mayor? Is there someone that knows the answer to that?
No, but I think that would be a really good thing that we could look at through this grant and evaluate how the cost of food would increase as farmland is taken out of production.
Mm-hmm. Okay. where I'm from a beach town originally. And we were hemmed in on one side by the ocean and on the other side by other municipalities. And there really wasn't anywhere for my hometown to grow. Whereas where we are right now, there's lots of room to grow in the Central Valley. I guess my question for whoever wants to answer it is, would a farmland mitigation policy like this create the scarcity of land for development? Would it ultimately lead to the scarcity of land for development?
Again, we have not defined a program, and that's really the purpose of the grant, is to define a program. How does it relate to the city of Fresno? We've already decided where we are going to grow, and that's defined in the general plan, and it's sequenced and it's phased. And I think the purpose is now to say, how are we going to streamline development? How will we allow development to occur in a way that meets the statutory requirements under CEQA, that allows us to mitigate for the loss of that farmland? So preserve what impacts our economy on a daily basis, but we are required under CEQA to evaluate how that will occur. If we don't do it as a program basis, it would have to be done on a project-by-project basis, and therefore any new growth could not be streamlined and would have to go through a much longer process.
Is it true, though, that one blanket policy fits all, or would it be better for each project to be evaluated on its own merits independently?
And I think this is another great way that this grant can evaluate what is best for Fresno. We may come back and say, after evaluation, we think it needs to be project by project. This guy has to do this, and this guy has to do something else.
Okay, thank you very much. Council colleagues, this is what I have been able to glean from the discussion today. We have been told by City of Fresno staff that interests are facing off. We've been told that the housing industry is facing off against the ag industry. From what I've been able to hear today, that is not occurring. From what I have heard today, representatives of the housing industry and the representatives of the ag industry have come forward to tell this body to let the free market determine the highest and best use of their land, and they have asked this body to stay out of this issue. And I agree with them. If we have interests from ag, I mean, the only face-off that's occurring is within this building. Because outside this building, the ag industry and the housing industry are not facing off at all. They're united in asking us to leave them alone. And so it's a fiction that they're facing off. Council colleagues, I never received an email or a phone call or a letter or a plea or a smoke signal from anyone in agriculture to help us save their farmland. I never received a phone call or an email or a text message from any farmer to help them mitigate the loss of their farmland. To me, it's correct to allow industry and agriculture to work together to determine the highest and best use of this private property and keep government interference to a minimum. My feelings would be different, and I'd be forced to take a different look at this issue had I been inundated with emails from farmers, from the Farm Bureau, from the Nisei Farmers League, from the Grape and Fruit Tree League, begging me to take action. But what we're hearing from our business and agriculture community is not to take action. So because of those are the main two reasons why I seconded Member Brandau's motion, that I don't think that this is something that's necessary at this time, and I think that it would be the best policy of the City of Fresno to just wait. Thank you.
Councilmember Brand.
Thank you, Council President. This issue, for me, was difficult. It was strictly analytical, is not ideological. And when this came in at the end of last year, I didn't really understand it that well. Thank you, Kathy. And I have done a lot of research in the last few weeks, so I understand it much better now. But based on my research, I don't believe there is a legal mandate. That's been answered before. I don't believe the case law is clear. And the only tie-in is through CEQA, which even that is inconclusive. And then, so far, we have 3 counties and 9 cities that currently have adopted program. And I'm looking at what does that reflect in terms of the state of California? There's 470 cities in the state of California approximately, so only 2% of the cities have actually adopted programs. There's 3 counties out of 58, so only... Okay, but it's clear at this point in time, not that many cities or counties are engaged in this program. I still believe that, we need to do a regional approach. How that ever materialized, I don't know, but I think it's still in the best interest of how we go forward, because I'm worried if we went by a city-by-city incremental basis, that trying to mediate between what we may have and Clovis may have or the county may have, we've already seen that already in lawsuits in the past few years, that can be problematic too. One of the things that, when I made the decision back in December, was that it was said that in this farmland mitigation policy, only those properties located within the city limits would be exempt. So only those cities in the sphere of Fresno would be subject to the 1-to-1 mitigation. But going through the maps with the city attorney, based on all the county islands that are out there, and roughly 13,200 acres of farmland in the city of Fresno, I would say only about 5 to 10% of that land is within city limits. All the rest would be considered a sphere, because essentially county islands are outside the city limits. So most of the land of that 13,000 would be subject to some sort of 1-to-1 mitigation if that's the approach we take. And looking at other models, YOLO, I think, is totally different than ours. Clovis has the 4-year standard, where, in other words, from the prime farmland land, the unique farmland, and the state-defined important farmland, that any land that's been not irrigated or farmed over 4 years is considered no longer prime. Now, whether we adopt that, I don't know, but does anybody here have the statistics of all the 13,200 acres of land in Fresno within the sphere? How much of that has been out of production for 4 years or longer?
That's another really good research point for the grant-funded process. It's clear that we have to come up with a grid to determine what's valuable, what's not, what has water, what doesn't, what, as Pat Riccuti said, he's already got a fire hydrant. Clearly, he's adjacent to urban development. I mean, we clearly would have to develop a framework for sequencing, and it's something we'd like to defer to a grant-funded process with all the stakeholders in the room to help guide.
Thank you. My guess, just intuitively, is that probably half the land within the sphere, half of the 13,200 acres, is probably older than 4 years. So in other words, it's probably not going to be considered farmland. So we realistically probably have 5,000 or 6,000 acres within the city that would be prime farmland. Brian Jacobson mentioned there was roughly 1.5 million acres in Fresno County and 960,000 acres that are currently under production. So just using this 13,200 figure, that's like 1.4% of the total production of all the farmland in the state in the Fresno County, assuming that we have everything is prime farmland of the 13,200. That's only 1%. If you took the entire 5 million acres, it would be less than 1%. So statistically, and from a monetary point of view, it really would have a fairly insignificant impact unless there's something special about the Fresno numbers, and this is just running the numbers through that it's less than 1%. The American farmland model that I learned about, I believe, is a punitive model, and I realize there's other models out there, but that model was basically, remember Brandel covered it. I think it's a subterfuge. It's really about infill, which I support infill, but to me you need to be honest in the debate. If that's what you're going to say, then do it. But their model of a nonprofit being the decision maker as far as deciding on easements, it was never clear. That clearly wouldn't work. The endowment, who pays for the endowments? And I realize there's other options, but in my mind, that option would be totally off the table as far as the city of Fresno. Ultimately, in that model too, the cost would ultimately be passed back to consumers on it. Some other solutions that I know have been talked about the last few weeks would be, one, to convert probably 2/3 of Sega, which is 9,000 acres, so roughly 6,000 plus acres, into an ag reserve. And that's something I think that would come out in a later discussion. I'm even would like to look at putting a permanent perimeter around the city as far as an ag reserve. Maybe Sega to the east, you got the San Joaquin River to the north. I don't know what it is to the west and south, but basically defining where that limit's at. And really, what we did in the 2035 general plan was historic. This was the first time I can recall in 50 years we didn't expand the Sphere of Fresno. That in itself is a huge statement about our commitment to infill and our commitment to agricultural preservation. The jobs issue that was discussed is important. I understand that. But if, again, statistically, we're only 1% of the ag land in the entire county of Fresno, that is not going to make a big chunk of money. And that's under the assumption that all farmland is converted to residential land. And I'm willing to bet a lot of farmland, I know a lot of farmland over the last 40 years has also been converted to commercial property as well as industrial properties have taken over farmland. So then the equation, I know in a residential there's that initial 3 or 4 or 5 years of building, and then there's a later impact, but it comes and goes. But if farmland is converted to industrial land, which I know it has done over the last 50 years, there may be an actual gain in employment. So I don't know statistically what that amounts to, but I'm sure it's significant. The other thing is that, and this, I think it's pretty clear from spending 2 years in the water debate that as far as water is concerned, ag will consume more water than urban use. And I'm not advocating on that reason, but that's just a fact. And in the grant application, it projects 425,000 people by the year 2050. And I believe, and I realize that comes from the State Department of Finance, but I believe that's exaggerated. And it doesn't reflect what goes on in Fresno. Because I think Fresno is unique in that it's a poor city, and most of our growth are new babies. And when somebody has a new baby in Fresno, for the most part, you're not buying a new house, you're putting an extra person in a bedroom. So you're not really expanding. And I found this particularly true when I did Sega 3 years ago with Andreas Borges, that the whole justification for Sega was we're going to have 50,000 people there by the year 2025. We better get this thing rolling. Well, $4 million later and 4 years later, nothing has happened. So I don't think it's in our best interest to justify things based on statistics that may never come to fruition. And as far as, again, I'm an advocate, and I supported the general plan of infill. But I don't believe you will promote infill by disincentivizing other options. If we simply did a moratorium on all the growth in the growth areas of Fresno, our market includes Madera, which is going to be another city in the next 50 years, Clovis right across Willow, Sanger, Kerman. Somebody who wants to buy a house in Fresno that, say, wants the Clovis School District, and we forced them out because we had a moratorium or we had some policy that inhibited, they wouldn't come downtown or go down Blackstone. They would go to Clovis or Madera or someplace else, and ironically would actually contribute in my opinion, because you'd have a bedroom community in Madera where people were living there and driving to Fresno every day, would actually contribute to vehicle miles traveled and pollution and all the stuff we're trying to prevent. I do believe by finding sources to provide infrastructure from the state and federal government, by offering discounted or waivers on impact fees, that we can develop a model for Blackstone in downtown that would incentivize those areas and make people come there for the right reasons, by incentivizing, not by disincentivizing other areas. And what really left an impression on me today was a testimony by all the major agricultural leaders that I've in Fresno County, who almost unanimously, at least the ones that showed up here, don't want mitigation, don't want the program we're offering. I believe there's a need to preserve agriculture. Whether it be in the city of Fresno or Fresno County, I'm just not sure what the best way to do that is. Now, the motion has been to deny the grant, and I will concur with that. I would say that we should come back at some future date in the next few weeks, and the council should consider this, and perhaps, maybe the council could form a subcommittee that would select a number of members that I talked to Member Brandel about, from different stakeholders, from ag, developers, interest groups, landowners, etc. And maybe if we didn't have the grant, the council could, in the 2016 budget, put some money there, whether it's $100,000, $50,000, at least to cover staff cost, to form this committee, and that committee could convene, elect a chair and a vice chair. That committee could determine whether they felt they need an expert consultant to go any further, to look at a wide array of options. So I'm open to, if somebody wants to bring that back in a few weeks, to set up this council subcommittee, set up an advisory or a farmland preservation committee of different stakeholders, and let them decide what they want to do. And if they want to, bring in an economist, GIS engineer, that would sound like let them make that decision. So I don't believe at this point in time I can support the grant. Thank you.
Member Caprielio.
Thank you. Ryan, I see you sitting over there patiently listening to all this today. Would you mind coming up and I'd like to have your opinion on this particular matter.
Good afternoon, council members.
Thank you for coming forward here. You represent farmers via the Farm Bureau?
Correct. Yes, I do.
And you've heard all this dialogue here today. From your opinion or impression, do farmers like mitigation that's been discussed here?
Specifically, mitigation is probably not the most popular within the agriculture community. Obviously, mitigation is used many times in other realms, as Mr. Cunha pointed out earlier. Ag land preservation is usually overwhelmingly supported. I think one thing that's caught up a lot of times is we use synonymously the terms ag land preservation and mitigation, but they're two separate items.
On the one-to-one mitigation, it seems to be the main theme of today. Is there a consensus or an opinion that you can relate to us from the farmers?
For us, I think Mr. Sharing probably gave the best perspective. The one-to-one mitigation is not, it affects agriculture by the individual that's actually selling the property, probably affects land values to a certain extent. When it comes to the beneficiaries of the mitigation funds on the opposite side, we typically stay out of that. Our general policy has always been, those that want to take advantage of it on a voluntary basis are able to. Those that do not, which typically is on the majority side, typically stay away from it. So there is, I got farmers on both sides of it when it comes to the receiving side of it. On the selling side of it, obviously that's a subset of individuals that have been affected by development.
Okay, well, thank you. Yep. I appreciate that. Director Clark, could you put slide 9 up on the screen, please? And the reason I'm asking you to do that is Mr. Ricchiuti, I don't know if he's still here or not, but he made a comment in the course of his testimony about the sphere of influence reduction as an option. That's what I had noted. And Mr. O'Connell, I hope you have your track shoes on. Do you mind coming down one more time, please? I think my notes. Thank you. I think my notes reflect the fact that I think you mentioned Kern County had a solution, and they didn't have to go through all this face-to-face and this turmoil and what we're going through here this afternoon. That was to reduce the sphere of influence. Was that what you said?
No, not Kern County, Kings County.
Kings County, was it? Explain that a little bit, please.
As far as I know, the LAFCO, I still wonder how they did it. They shrank the spheres of influence of the cities, is one point that they did. They have a really big water issue there in Kings, worse than Fresno by far. And, we hear a lot about water and its effects on ag, and it's dramatic and terrible. But if we're building houses, it's terrible to fallow a crop, especially if it's but you can't fallow houses, right? So I think Kings County, because the fact that the water rights are even less secure than here, need to be more conservative. And they did some really interesting mapping. This is Greg Gatska with the main planner out there. They identified the high quality, the land per what's being grown on it, and they prioritized the conservation and preservation of that land. They did it through zoning, which you've heard. You can accomplish farmland preservation easy enough by zoning. The nice thing about easements is it compensates people. So if you put down a line and say you can't grow past that, somebody loses some value on the other end of the line. Also, easements are permanent. They're expensive, and they take time to become comprehensive.
Part of the program was to reduce the sphere of influence. That was your comment, I believe.
I will say that Kings County, similar to Fresno County as a culture, has been resistant to agricultural conservation easements. There are some easements out there. The Farm Bureau and the county signed off on it, but they're not fully behind it. So I wonder in the future whether we're heading towards urban growth, just firmer urban growth boundaries here. It'll be interesting to see. This broad dialogue is going to be a very healthy one to have. But yes, Kings County is not doing mitigation because they're just choosing to do it through zoning.
And part of that zoning is reducing the sphere of influence.
And I don't know if those are two connected things, but they did reduce spheres of influence in a number of cities, yes. But I think it's two separate issues. They chose to accomplish farmland preservation solely through zoning, and the LAFCO did accomplish what seems to be difficult, is shrink the spheres. The spheres should have something like 20, 30 years of growth in them. Some cities in the southern part of the valley have 900 years of growth in them, so it's very destabilizing for the housing market, I'd say.
And you mentioned LAFCO, so there were cities involved, LAFCO was involved, and Kings County was involved in their efforts to answer this particular call.
Kings County is an interesting reference point. I would say that you should ask it within this process, have them come speak to you on what they've done and how they've accomplished it. It's different than all of the other counties.
Okay, thank you very much. I have on the screen, thank you, slide 9, and it seems to me, based upon a couple of comments from a lobbyist as well as a farmer, that perhaps reducing a sphere of influence would be a remedy that could forego a lot of the things we're talking about now. And I see growth area 1, and I know it's 1 for a reason, but growth area 2, perhaps we should consider reduction of growth area 2 to comply or conform with the requirements that we're discussing, or potential requirements from the state. So if we reduce that sphere of influence, that would reduce the farmland that's being taken out of production. And I'm oversimplifying this, but I think it's something to be considered in a viable option. So I think we should strongly consider that particular remedy or option. I join in Councilmember Brand's comments. I like the forming of a subcommittee, and I think that if that could be done, and if the grant were still available, we could revisit the grant and finance that committee with grant dollars. If we can form that and create the grant that you talked about, Councilmember Brand, I think that would be a remedy that we could use to come to an ultimate conclusion here. So, but at this moment, I'm not supporting the the grant unless and until we do some other, quote, mitigation amongst ourselves to reach a conclusion that's viable for all parties concerned. It's very impressive for me, as with my colleagues and Councilmember Brand in particular, that the farmers, they're the lifeline. They're the ones that are directly affected. They're the ones that produce the agriculture. They're the ones that export the agriculture. They're the heartbeat of that particular industry. And I haven't heard one farmer indicate a liking of this particular set of facts or this particular remedy. So I have an open mind for future consideration, but I think the format that was laid out would be the most productive for the city of Fresno and our agriculture community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Caprillo. So looks like I have the screen is clear, and so I'll make a few comments and as we wrap this up and prepare to vote. You know, this has been an interesting ride, this discussion, and most of you know where I am on this, and you know, because I have to make comments on the record, and I do believe that there should be some comments on the public record as to memorialize, in my opinion, the other side of this discussion from the policymakers' perspective. So the very first thing I'm going to try to do, I'm going to do it. It probably won't be received very well, but I'm going to do it anyway. The very first thing we're going to do is we're going to establish a couple of things as truths, because I keep hearing some things, and I've heard it from members in the audience testify. I've heard it from my council colleagues, and I want to make sure that we're all being intellectually honest, and there's not a lot of that happening today. So the first thing is, City Attorney, can you talk me through definitively, and I'm not going to ask this question in a real nuanced way. I'm going to ask it very basically. Whether by statute or through case law, are we as a city or are projects required to have some type of mitigation for prime farmland?
Yes, under state law, when prime farmland, unique farmland, or farmland of statewide importance as defined in state law is taken and converted to urban uses, mitigation is required.
And that is also supported in case law as well?
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm not exactly sure why there's a debate on that issue out in the public or up here, but our city attorney, and unless we've decided to ignore what his counsel is, there really isn't a discussion or argument or a question about that. It is state law. So while there may be a variety of opinions, none of them that are legal, saying that state law doesn't require this, clearly it does. So that's the first thing. I think the record needs to reflect that we know as a policy body that state law does require this, and we can choose to ignore our legal counsel and because we're policymakers, but that's the first thing I wanted to clear up. Something else that strikes me is that there's opposition to a program that hasn't been developed. I find that remarkable. So I'm going to ask one of my developer friends to come down. Darius, Jeff, whoever wants to come down. We're going to go through an exercise here, and it'll be entertaining because we're going to put it in a proper perspective. Are both of you coming down? All right, listen, all right. No, good. And I'm going to ask questions, and you guys are just going to answer. So let me just ask this.
Mayor, can you come up too, please?
So, let me ask you a question. When you buy a piece of land for development, What happens after that? Let's just say you buy something that you want to develop for homes. There's an entitlement process you have to go through. Kind of talk me through the large steps. I don't want to get way down into the details, but kind of walk me through what happens. You say, hey, I got some land in West Fresno, 400 acres that I want to buy. What are the steps that you take to make that come to market?
How much time do we have?
Just give me really broad. You buy the land. Then what happens after that? Then give it to me in 4 or 5 steps.
We look at entitlement. I mean, and not in any sequence or order.
Okay.
It's fluid, depending on this land, depending on the part of the town, depending on the economy.
And at what point? So you buy the land, then you entitle it, and through the entitlement process, it's a whole bunch of stuff that happens. So we'll just suffice it to say there's a lot. At what point do you develop what the project is going to look like?
At what point do we develop the project?
Yeah, so do you do it before you entitle it?
What is the question again? At what point do we develop the project?
What point do you develop what the project will look like the lot sizes, the homes, the amenities that you're going to add? When does that happen in the process?
Again, depending on the property, typically before we look at it, sometimes after we've purchased it, and sometimes that changes depending on the economy.
But roughly speaking, when do you bring it to council for us to approve it? Is it after you've entitled it?
In the entitlement process.
Okay.
Part of the entitlement process is for it to come to council.
Right. So, and then we approve a plan that you develop and.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's it.
You want to talk about development in Southwest Fresno and its impact of ag mitigation on that? Okay.
No, I don't want to talk about any of that. Okay. What I want to illustrate and what I want to talk about is that you can sit down, Darius. I don't really have any. I don't have any more questions. What I wanted to highlight is a developer buys a piece of land, they entitle it, and then they bring it to us to approve it. What we're doing would be quite like a developer buying a piece of land, and before it's ever been entitled, before we've ever seen a plan, before we've ever seen anything, we decide we don't want it. That's basically what we're doing today. That's what we would be doing in the development process. This is we are making a decision without any background information to substantiate the decision. That's what we're doing. It would be like if you bought some land and we told you, don't bother bringing us any entitlements because we don't like your plan, but we don't know anything about it. It's laughable. And we all know that it is. We have no idea. We're trying to develop a plan, and we can't even get to the entitlement phase of it, to use developerese. We've just simply said we like some land. So we've had comments that we can't accept grant dollars because there are strings attached to grant dollars. That is true. Quite like there are strings attached to general fund dollars. We are a public agency. Every dollar we spend has some type of string attached to it, whether it's a grant dollar, whether it's a general fund dollar, whether it's any dollar. We always have dollars. We always have strings attached to our dollars. I've had council members discuss and say that we have been lobbied by only one specific group through our general plan. Councilmember Brandow said that during his remarks. And while he, in fact, may be true, the entire general plan process was chock full of lobbying. And some of that lobbying was done by developers. And some of those meetings we were in, where we were lobbied, and where direct language from those meetings were put into the general plan. Almost word for word, if I remember correctly. So I just wanted to make sure that as we have this discussion, there's a proper context around it. We're always lobbied by everyone. Now, whether or not we like the group or not, we can debate that. But we're always lobbied. And we always accept, not always, but we frequently accept input from the groups that we're lobbied by and from. So I don't want to pretend like the fact that the American Farmland Trust sent us a letter is any different than the BIA sending us a letter or Granville sending us a letter, or any number of community groups that send us a letter, and that we respond to favorably on their behalf. It's been remarked that we're doing something that is going to some kind of way regionally put us at a disadvantage in the development community. Yet our neighbors directly to the East Clovis have a program, a policy and a program that calls for one-to-one mitigation. Some kind of way, in all of my colleagues' comments, that has been conveniently left out, that they already in fact have a program and a policy that calls for one-to-one mitigation. So I'm not exactly sure what the issue is. I have Councilmember Brandow, who rose very interesting points. And you were very eloquent in how I think that you called out what you believe were ideological issues on the part of the American Farmland Trust. I think that there was some validity there. But I think if we're being honest in this conversation, the entire discussion was also your personal philosophy too, being against infill, which is why you didn't support the general plan. It was a philosophical discussion. It's ideology clashing. So while your remarks to Dan O'Connell and the American Farmland Trust about their infill document were true, your feelings about infill are contrary to theirs, and it is a philosophical, ideological reason. Councilmember Olivier asked our DARN director several very pertinent questions. A lot of them that actually needed to be answered in a process, so we can get to the bottom of some of the questions that were asked. Yet, he's not supportive of getting to that process. Councilmember Brand actually very coherently suggested the exact same process we want to do with the grant, except his suggestion is that we pay for it with general fund dollars, which is beyond me. So as we make this vote, and it's going to fail today, or it's going to pass as it's been moved, I think we as council members are going down very interesting paths in the way we decision make. Clearly, we seem to agree that we need a process, but we don't want to pay for it through a grant. We would rather pay for it through general funds. We are picking and choosing which pieces of information are in fact true or not, or that we pretend to be true. For instance, there is no debate over whether or not this is state law. It is by statute and case law. Well, I think our city attorney has made it very clear, not only in memo, but also on the record from the dais. So anyhow, I'm going to call for a vote on this topic. I just hope in the future that my colleagues will exercise a level of intellectual honesty when we have these debates, because I think that the city is well served when we do, and when we don't, we aren't. So with that, a yes vote will
Council President, can I make one brief comment? Thank you. My fabulous staff was able to find the updated Kings County information, and as of actually 2007, their sphere reductions, they reduced city community sphere of influence by 18%, which is more than 10,000 acres. So that seemed to be a viable remedy for them. But just to support what the people out here were talking about with the sphere of influence, we picked up on it, so it is a viable option. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cabriolio, and I'll say this, that I think that what has been made clear by not only staff and many of the questions of the council members is that there are a multitude of viable options, not just one. Yet we're not in favor of exploring what those options could be through a process. So again, it's a tongue-in-cheek conversation to me to suggest the very same thing that we want to pursue with grant dollars from the state, but simply we want to pay for them ourselves. So with a yes vote supports Councilmember Brandau's motion to reject the staff recommendation to submit for the grant, and a no vote is supporting staff's recommendation. So I will say it that way. Yes vote is rejecting staff's report. A no vote is not. All right. So the item passes with council members Baines, Quintero, and Soria voting no. That concludes our council meeting today.
Council, I need to make one quick statement.
Sorry.
On the L Street case that we discussed in closed session, I need to report that the council did approve an appeal.
Thank you. Our meeting is concluded.